PKA 764 with our guest King Trout. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by our merchandise and Lock and Load. Check it out. You'll enjoy it. Trout, how are you?
Doing good. How are you guys? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. I've watched a few of your videos. The one that sucked me in and I liked the most, mainly because it just confirmed something I've believed for a long time with no evidence, no due diligence, is that recycling is a scam.
Oh, 100%.
So I was listening to that and I'm like, yes, this guy fucking gets it, because that shit is a scam.
Oh, that's why I burn 100% of my garbage. I don't want it buried in the earth.
Dude, I was like,
dumpster.
I was one of those fools. Like, I was one of those silly billies the first few years I lived here, where like I was actually somewhat conscious of like, this plastic soda bottle should go in the recycling. There were even times where I had like a greasy pizza box and I was like, I guess I got to smash this into a tiny little thing to fit it in the garbage instead of this like perfectly free and open recycling, because I've heard online that's not good. And then our garbage company changed like 2 years ago, and I shit you not, I will go out there sometimes when I hear the truck and I'll watch, and the same truck picks up my garbage and then picks up my recycling and dumps them into the same truck. And so this past weekend I got like bold with it. I filled my entire recycling with yard waste. I'm not spending money on those paper bags when it's all going in there anyway.
They got those magic trucks that sort them on the inside. That was like the first thing that kicked me off, because I used to give a shit too. Mm-hmm. And then I watched the truck dump it. It like same garbage truck, trash truck, picked it up. And I started like looking into it. I found out like 90% of our recycling just ends up in our landfills anyway. And we were exporting like most of our recycled goods to third world countries, and they don't give a shit. Like they just burn it. China, India, Malaysia, like that's where all of that ocean waste comes from.
I'm Captain Pollution. I don't even care. They took my garbage today, and I watched them do the same thing Taylor described, except in my recycling was an old car battery. Nobody said
you got to throw it in the ocean to keep the electric eels charged.
Yeah, put those in rivers
out.
Dude, I had
goes right in the landfill.
A neighbor at my old house. This is like 5-ish years ago, and he was slow. I don't know if you could put a medical term to it other than retarded, but
waterheaded,
moron, Mongolian. Just a little slow. He was like probably 40-ish. And I swear to God, because I was a contractor back then. I do internet shit full time now, but back then I was a contractor. And so I'd take customers like waste from the jobs I was doing home, and I'd throw it in the bins. And I swear to God, every time I would be throwing something I shouldn't have been into like the wheelie bin, dumpster, whatever you want to call it. He would roll up on his fucking bike, ring his bell twice, skirt the brakes in my gravel driveway, and be like, "You aren't supposed to put that in there." Shut, Josh. It's okay to put giant chunks of broken concrete in the garbage. It's all going the same place.
But he didn't pick up on that. He wouldn't be correct.
A lot of garbage men are they're kind of hip to my tricks. I tried to sneak an old propane tank out in the garbage one time. It was just wrapped in a trash bag, and they were like, "The fuck is this?" I'm like, it's empty. He goes, "No, it's not."
They're gonna compress it.
I'm like, it's just the heat of the day, adding a little pressure's all, no big deal.
What if the freaking crusher in the truck blew it up, Kyle?
It's going to blow it up, Woody.
Problem solved.
Not my chair, somebody. Not my problem.
No, did that with paint cans.
It wouldn't blow it up. It would just decompress it a little. You need to need to get it going.
It's not an explosion. It's just an extremely rapid decompression in a contained area.
Exactly.
Not a big deal.
Dude,
and the car
like
battery thing's not a joke. Yeah, that too.
That's like if Kaczynski had no ambition. Just throwing propane tanks in people's garbage. Yeah, that is bold. It's like a translucent bag. You can see the blue rhino. They're like, "Who the fuck is this guy?"
It was a black trash bag. It
your deposit back. You drop it off at the hardware store, and they give you like $40.
Same with the battery.
But I ain't got time for all that.
You're missing out throwing away the propane tank. That's never even. You're a new level of polluter. That's never crossed my mind. I'm a total normie. I'm like, I'm gonna go get
there.
my $23.
It's aluminum or steel. It's steel probably. It's just a chunk of steel. It's empty. It was empty mostly.
Kyle's a parallel to that guy who like throws rocks off the bridge. It might hit someone, might not.
All right, come on. That's manslaughter you're talking about. I'm more like a talking about villain.
I don't know what's below manslaughter, right? Maybe it is manslaughter.
Reckless homicide?
Yeah.
What if the trash
Oopsie
truck,
daisy.
like, what people got hurt?
It wasn't literally a full propane tank. I used the propane for cooking and such.
full.
It was literally the heat of the day. Add a little pressure to the fucking tank. It was gonna be fine.
Just disconnect it from your grill and open the spout, man. Let it into again the world.
Anyway, he wouldn't take
Again, it was the heat of the day. The heat of the day sometimes makes it go.
He's like, I'm getting lightheaded. The mover wouldn't transport my peanut oil. He said that was a fire hazard. I got like 4-gallon, 5-gallon jug of peanut oil for frying turkeys, and he was like, "Oh no, the oil is hazardous." And I'm like, "You serious, man? Come on." And he's like, "I got you." And then 10 minutes later, he came back. He's like, "I don't have you. They shut me down." Like you
just see him squatting over a storm drain, just dumping it all.
It's good oil. I don't remember what it costs, but it's not free. So I keep my turkey oil.
When we moved to North Carolina, we had some sort of lube for sex that they wouldn't like do. I guess, is it a petroleum product or something? That's what they claimed. But so they like packed the house and they took the sex lube and like prominently displayed it on a shelf, so we knew that it wasn't packed. But it was like a little discretion would be cool here. Like, there's a lot of people coming and going. That's how it went down.
Do you remember what brand? Because I buy Wet Platinum in the 1-gallon jug, and it has a pump on the side like lava, like Gojo or whatever that mechanics liquid soap. And that's definitely a fire hazard. It's a gallon of lube.
I think it was Astroglide, but I think they make a lot of different kinds of lube. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's water based. That's the ones like KY, the traditional KY jelly that gets kind of tacky after a while. Not a fan of that. And then there's the silicone based. That's that Wet Platinum-esque, slippery forever. If you spill it on your hardwood floors, it's time for Home Alone style stuff. That's definitely flammable.
I've almost cracked my head open, like showering after using that before, because it just goes straight onto your shower floor, and then it's the slickest thing known to man.
The water stuff is slicker. The silicone stuff lasts longer. It's good for like 3,000 miles. But the water stuff, when it's in its prime, is as slick as it's going. So it depends. You have your choice. You can either give up some of the lube and go silicone based, or you can reapply. So I don't like the reapplication, and I also don't like everything being all tacky and sticky after. At least with the silicone based lube, it's kind of like oil. Like you can kind of like rub it into your skin and be like, that's part of the patina now. You're gonna be a tacky, sticky mess when it's over, no matter what, Kyle.
Jeez. You like to season your. I
don't play with you anymore.
A cast iron pan.
I think you had 3 gallons of peanut oil.
I have used, like back in the day, I used coconut oil. That was my go-to before I discovered Wet Platinum. I would have like a little jar of coconut oil in the bedroom, and at room temperature, it's solid. So you gotta like reach in there with 3 fingers and claw out like a little clump of it and get it melty.
And you're like, yeah, baby, just give me 45 more seconds. It is cold in here. I do keep it cold in here.
I went through a coconut oil phase too. And honestly, it was the application that I didn't like. I prefer a pump top.
Yeah, it's a little gritty and mealy at first until it melts in. I do like the smell though. Wet Platinum smells like nothing. Most lubes smell like nothing. I don't want a flavored lube either. But coconut oil is just, it's naturally coconutty. That was kind of nice.
Same reason I use bacon grease.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that's
the yeast
haram.
infections are terrible.
Yeah, babe, I don't know why. I don't know why you constantly have UTIs. It's probably because you're gross.
Yeah, I'm like, honey, I don't want the dog to join in.
All right, fine.
Smells like breakfast.
Switch to beef tallow.
Ghee. That would be so funny. RFK's like, this is the only thing I'll use to fuck you with. He's just constantly giving out UTIs to his harem of, what was he cheating with like 1 million women at one point? And he's like, I don't want to get caught, so I'm going to keep a novel of this on my coffee table near my wife's side of the couch. And then she's going to read it and
like surely she knew the whole time, but when she wanted to divorce him, she just used that as evidence.
Probably.
The woman who's the wife in Curb Your Enthusiasm, or is this?
No, she's still with him. That's Cheryl Hines. She's still his wife. You see her at events and stuff. It's a little awkward because clearly she's plugged into like Hollywood liberal like people, and those are her friends and coworkers. And then there she is on RFK's arm at a Trump event, at a UFC fight. That's great. I watched the Trump show every week. It's my favorite show. He was on the roof this week. That was a cool episode. Some people say he jumped the shark. I disagree. I hope he goes back up there more and gesticulates and maybe gives some orders.
Doing? I have my own.
Remember
theory.
when Saddam shot the rifle out on the balcony? I'd like a moment like that. What was he doing up there? I think he was. I think they're. I have heard that he is a terrible businessman, terrible money man, but he's a great contractor from people that hate him. And I imagine he's up there enjoying actually knowing what he's talking about for once and being like, yeah. Oh, yeah, little cornerstone there. What kind of tile was that? Yep, he's a good tile guy. Like, oh, yeah, you're going to want to put this over there. I think he was doing that. I think they're doing the ballroom edition. Yeah. It's $200 million. They just paved over the rose garden, made that look very Spartan. And I don't know, he's probably up there putting up a satellite dish or something.
I think he was visualizing what the enlarged East Wing would be like if it were a ballroom.
Perhaps, yeah.
That's my guess.
That had me curious, like the expansion on the White House. Where do we rank, like the U.S., in the world of like leaders' palaces and ruler? Because I know we get blown out by like Buckingham Palace. That Russian one seems huge.
Yeah, there's one in Argentina. It's like the Pink House or something. It's pretty sick if I'm remembering right.
Really, Zach? Yeah. Can we see the Pink House?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends if you're talking about like size, square footage, opulence, or maybe like security and technology integration. I bet the White House is. I bet the White House is one of the best in the world as far as security and technology integration.
Yeah.
They dug that bunker I was talking about months ago, where you could see during the Obama administration they had the big tent over the dig they were doing to add to the underground tunnel network. This is pretty nice. I mean,
it looks like a tourist destination.
It looks like a Disney World hotel.
Yeah.
It does. If there was like a giant Ripley's Believe It or Not tilted sign on there, I'd believe it. Like,
what does the pink flamingo look like, Zach? The Disney World hotel. I want to see that and compare them.
Yeah, I bet.
Pretty sure there's one.
The inside of that might be more opulent than the White House, but there's no way they have like the tech and security. Yeah, but regardless, we should minimum demand that we are top 3 in opulence and size.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
Why? Why would we want his? For who? For him? You want Trump to have a nicer digs?
No, not for Trump. For the country.
For the next president.
For the next.
It's not like the old days where they just stuck a big wheel of cheese in the foyer and invited everybody to come and partake. You know, you can't just. I think they canceled the White House tours a while back.
Really?
Remember when that crazy guy just jumped the fence and walked in?
Yeah, I wonder if they're still canceling the White House tours. But I don't.
They're looking for the source of that cocaine baggie. They still haven't gotten to the bottom.
Still haven't found it. Did you see the interview with him? He's actually Hunter Biden. Yeah.
I saw a couple clips of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that he's like sober, allegedly, he's like very coherent. He sounds almost identical to Biden if he could form a sentence.
And the mannerisms. I never realized how much they look alike and speak alike until that interview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was watching an old clip of Biden and I was like,
prime Biden.
That's when I realized how much they looked alike. Was I knew pictures of Hunter that were younger than he actually was, and then I think they were making fun of Biden and they were showing him lying about his college transcripts when he was running for president in like the 80s or something, and I'm like, oh, that's what Hunter looks like now. They look very similar, very similar.
You can almost envision what his dick would look like or what he looks like if he's smoking crack.
I have a mental image of that.
Yeah.
I have a mental image of that. Who was it that held up a picture of his dick on the floor?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh.
Wow, she's a class act.
She says she's leaving the Republican Party. We'll see.
What's she going to join?
I don't think she said.
The Confederacy?
She said the Republican Party is too anti-woman for her, and that maybe she'll join Musk's party. I don't know.
The party of H-1B visa holders and
the party of imagination that barely exists.
Yeah,
Musk will pretend to have a party until he is politically appeased by the left or the right, and then his party will vanish.
Probably.
Wouldn't argue against that.
So
MTG is leaving. She's going to go like Bernie Sanders mode.
I think she's just
independent,
talks.
but but vote with the right every single time. The way Bernie votes with the left, he's like, I'm independent. And it's like, Bernie, shut up. You gave all your money twice to the DNC.
The left always has a couple of those. Like, yeah, I'm not really a Democrat. I'm just a person who votes like one.
Yeah,
okay.
There's always those guys in politics.
That's a difference that I can appreciate. I know Bernie hasn't been cozying up to Israel the way the entire left seems to most of the time. You should appreciate. I know you'd appreciate that. I've seen him speak out on the Israel thing time and time again. And AOC to a lesser extent, same thing. My sexy socialist mommy.
You think she's still sexy? Some people are saying she's losing it. They're packing on some pounds.
Packing on some pounds. It's right-wing propaganda. All right, I saw her at the Puerto Rican Day Parade, yucking it up with that communist and dancing. She was on a parade float wearing a red dress, and look, she had a little tummy, but that's a thick Latino mommy right there. All right, there's nothing wrong with that. She could burn that off in a summer of jogging.
There's more than one
jogging,
bullseye,
I believe it's called.
Right? Maybe that's someone's perfect version of a woman. There was a dude in my chat who said he likes women who look like fertility statues.
Oh yeah. Those
just
old
say fat. Headless and made of granite.
Zach, show those like Paleolithic fertility statues. They all look the same from all the cultures. It's bizarre.
You know the theory behind that? Why they all look like that?
I know a few theories. What's yours?
The one I've always heard is that they're self-portraits. So women carved them. The reason they don't have heads is because it's their perspective looking down at their own body. So their tits and their stomach are huge and their legs are tiny and they don't have a head.
Yeah, I've heard that they were accurate representations of what women looked like as well, or they were the ideal. Like if you were a man back then, like a woman who looked like that, it's like she can pump the kids out. Look at those are childbearing hips. She's got 8 gallons of milk. Stat like she's got fat reserves.
Balanced.
Like if hard times come, this is the kind of woman who can keep creating milk without eating. You know,
dude, I went to Walmart earlier. I saw her 7 times.
Yeah.
All right, this has got to be a joke one.
Yeah, this is a man.
On her tits.
Hang on a minute. This one looks familiar.
Oh my gosh. I know.
Holy shit. Okay. All right. Keep moving along.
I've had enough fertility. I can only get so soft.
This is definitely what I've seen this lady before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We did see
awesome.
The Indian ones with like nice tits.
Dude, Zach, take down the statue.
That's another self-portrait there.
Everyone else in the village is like, did you see fucking Tony's self-portrait? Poor guy, not even vaguely connected to reality. Thinks his dick is 4 feet long. That'd be great. Like the first person to sculpt anything, everybody must have been so stoked on you. Like, whoa, you're good at this. And it's like, I know. No one else has even tried yet. Yeah. I don't think I'd want to fuck a fertility statue style lady, especially not that second one we saw where it kind of looked like a man playing with his flat titties.
Kinda.
Mm-hmm. Kind of very much like that.
Yeah, kind of exactly like that. I could even see like the indent of glasses on it. It was almost like Zach created that one with AI just for the lulz. No, I've seen all those theories, and then what's interesting about those people, like the cave dwelling people, is I don't think they ever drew faces. They did all that cave art, and they would have lions and tigers and bears and antelope, and they would even have these herds, and it would be in such a way that when the light moved in the cave, the paintings would even seem to move a little bit. But I don't remember any people faces in any of those paintings ever.
I don't think I do either. But I also have not spent as much time as you looking at cave painting walls. Looks like they kind of figured out the buffalo, and they were like, "Pack it in, boys. This is art. This is what we do."
There's a lot of theories about like what those paintings were about. That like maybe they were teaching the young like what the animals of the area looked like, or maybe it was just like doodles. Or maybe it was events that they had seen, like telling a story about a hunt that they were on or something like that.
Boring.
That stuff's fascinating.
Yeah, that's a stupid story.
One time I saw like 10 buffalo.
That'd be a great story, bro.
One time I
12,000
chased
years
a deer
ago.
for a whole day. Yeah.
Yeah, Grug, we were all there. It was this morning. We can still look out the cave entrance and see them. I like to think it was like kids, like the same way kids will doodle with crayons on the wall now. Like there was probably a cave mom that was like, your son is wrecking our cave wall again.
They did their hands. You can see it's adults. You can even see some of them don't have all their fingers.
Well,
that was before the pinky evolved.
Could be.
They put their hand up and then they blew the pigment onto it.
I did that in kindergarten. I made a turkey on a paper plate. It was pretty dope.
Yeah.
They did. Wasn't as impressive. I don't believe they were going for turkeys per se.
That was a great, like, the teacher's hungover activity. Just do this. After this, we're going to watch Land Before Time. And it's like, we're going to make turkeys with our hands. And it's like, it's March. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah. Do you guys think about that now? Like those days where your teacher in elementary school was like clearly hungover?
Like projector day. Anytime they wheeled the projector into the classroom, you guys probably had VCRs. We did later. Maybe even CDs. But anyway, anytime they wheeled that shit in, you knew the teacher was taking a day off.
I remember the overhead projector. You remember that thing? You turn the lights off and you got that little, and she's putting the clear laminate stuff on there, throwing it up on the board.
Yeah.
Like if I asked you to like, on the fly write something out for students, would you want the overhead projector or would you want a mouse to try to draw your numbers and letters, right?
It's better than PowerPoint too. Like it's, I don't know if there's some sort of like write pad integration for PowerPoint, but you need that because their ability to like take that marker and draw on the transparent and like circle things, and especially with geometry, if there was any like she's trying to explain something, that's how we learned. I don't know what they do now.
They have these things. They're like smart boards. They're called. So it like projects the computer screen up onto the screen, and then they use like a special pen.
Oh, like a weatherman.
Yeah, basically.
That sounds fun. Do you guys remember with the overhead projector when the teacher would like make a mistake and then like lick their finger and use spit to wipe it off? And then you had to look up on the board and there was like a spit smear of the old red marker. I hated that.
I had a teacher, I forget which class it was, but he used chalk. And you know how to use a chalk on a chalkboard. You sort of tilt the chalk and you drag it across the chalkboard. Well, he would tilt it and then go the wrong direction. And it would go, and he made perfect dotted lines. He did it on purpose.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know you could do that. Please, what is this tech?
On the disgusting spit teacher note, we had a 6th grade English teacher who he was a super creep, and dude is gay as the day is long, but I went to a Catholic school, so he wasn't allowed to be openly gay. But he would get foam in the corners of his mouth from talking, and then he would like discreetly wipe it, and he'd walk down the like rows of kids and like put his hand on their shoulders and wipe it off on them. It was so fucking gross. Every time he walked by, everybody would.
God.
That is hilarious. That guy's like, I can't be openly gay, so I'm doing something else.
Weird. Got into some weird shit.
Yeah, and then we didn't have air conditioning, so in the spring it would get like super hot. And I was a little piece of shit, still am, but I love fucking with him. And I learned that I could whistle like a bird chirping. And so there was a bell tower right outside the classroom window because it was on the 3rd floor. And so he'd open the windows, and I'd like. And I just do that while he was teaching. He'd get pissed off and they go slam like all 10 windows. And it would get like 80 fucking degrees in the classroom. And he'd be dripping with sweat. And this dude got so fucking red, like fluorescent cherry tomato red. And he'd go open all the fucking windows again. I'd wait like 30 seconds, then start whistling like a bird again. He'd go slam it. I was like, not learning English from you, fucker. I'm 10 and bored.
That's hilarious.
That's a great
I had a
prank.
teacher in high school. I'm almost positive he was banging one of the hotter girls in my class. I don't want to say her name in case anyone watches, but like she was hot, not the very hottest, but up there and kind of alternative. Like she marched to the beat of her own drummer. The teacher looked like Jack Black with more gray hair.
Nice.
But he's like, she was getting in his car after school. I think I saw him like hold hands. Yikes. Like they were spending a lot of outside of school time together. And I'm like, what is this? everyone suspected. That's all the proof I have.
Suspected she was getting in his car and he was like Jack Black driving her around School of Cock.
We had an English teacher in high school. It was the same thing where everybody was like, I think he's fucking that girl. And then she graduated and they got married like 6 months later. Like,
see, that's wholesome.
19-year-old. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Wholesome
Romeo
in a
and
Karl
Juliet
Malone
stuff.
kind of way.
People judge because he was 71.
Yeah,
but
a 40-year-old marrying a freshly 18-year-old he clearly groomed.
Guys, you don't get it. It's not weird. I've known her since she was 10.
We had another teacher who, like, it seemed like my entire class threw themselves at him. This guy was handsome. He was tall. He was a Division II basketball player. He was not Dr. Disrespect. He was not a pedophile. He rejected every offer. But oh my gosh, you could see all the girls liked him. He taught math. Oh, he coached the girls' basketball team too.
Yeah, well, maybe he just kept on the down low. It sounds like he was plugged into the correct social network. We didn't have any drunk teachers, or maybe I'm naive, but most of my teachers throughout all of my schooling were like old school marms. Like they were 50s plus, heavy set, ugly women who like Mother Goose types. But when we got to middle school, that's when we started fucking with people. And I remember Mr. Mackinson was just, he had an old Southern accent inexplicably. Like it was like
right there in Georgia.
It didn't fit with our times, though. That's the accent from like movies in the 1800s.
Okay.
He sounded like Foghorn Leghorn. And he taught history. And he showed us a video called "The Civil War Was Not About Slavery." I swear to God, that's the title of the video. That's the opening statement. And it's like it's a 90-minute propaganda film. He was also in the Sons of Confederate Veterans, and they came and they put on that big war reenactment for us one day at school during school hours. We had to attend. They're marching around and the coats out there saluting the flag and shit. It's absurd.
When he's hungover, he wheels in the VCR and he's like, "Today, kids, we're going to be watching a film called Birth of a Nation."
Every week with this guy. We've seen it.
So we hated him. And so one day my buddy faked a seizure on the floor. He hits the floor, goes into full convulsions. His eyes are rolled back in his head, and Mr. Mackinson freaks out. He jumps, runs across the classroom, and we didn't think he would be this strong. He was an older guy, scooped my buddy up in his arms like a bride, and he goes, "Clear the way! I got a sick boy!" And that's when Jeremy, he stops. He keeps convulsing because he's laughing so hard now. And he's laughing out loud in the guy's arms, and he dropped him straight to the floor. It was great.
He earned that.
It was great. He was in so much trouble. They were mad about that.
You were mad you had to watch a reenactment? When I was in school, I was down for literally any activity that got me out of class. It didn't matter what the presentation was on or like the big meeting they'd put you in the gymnasium for. As long as it got me out of class, I didn't care if it was cigarettes or drugs.
Yeah, I was there with a black girl, and I asked her, I was like, "What do you think about this? This is a little weird, huh?" And she's like, "Better in class."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was odd to have a Civil War reenactment at the school. I wonder if the South wins in the reenactment every now and then. Do they ever mix it up?
No, it's not a very good reenactment if you don't reenact.
Well, maybe do an alternate history month.
Or it could be like a Ren fair where there's always some douchebag throwing off the vibe in like a stormtrooper mask, and he's in there shooting on one side. I don't like that about Ren fairs. I think they should have to dress the part. The guy walking around as Batman, it's like, oh, you're so goofy.
I've never seen it.
I every time I go to the Ren fair, which has been like 6 times total.
When
it's kind of fun. You get a turkey leg, you walk around. I'm not ever like dressed up, but you enjoy the other people dressed up. You talk to these like swordsmiths who are the exact kind of like when I saw the Sword Shack, I was like, wow, these guys are going to be like grizzled blacksmiths. No, it's like D&D guys who also are into swords.
That's the demographic for swords.
Yeah, and Ren fairs, as it turns out. Lot of heavy people.
It's a kingly build back in the
yeah, it is. Built like a sultan.
I've been 3 times, I think. I've never seen anybody who wasn't in period correct costumes and stuff. It's mostly women with their titties out and dudes wearing like pantaloons and stuff. But I've never seen Batman show up. That would throw me off.
In fairness, I mean, Taylor showing up wearing a t-shirt and a baseball hat is pulling people out of the vibe just as much.
But there are more
that
people
those are
not dressed up than are dressed up.
Yeah, but
And,
Batman doesn't exist. The real people exist. I can kind of like suspend my disbelief, being like, yeah, us commoners from the modern time are here in your old timey world now. Hello, fellow modern timer. What do you think of these great sights? I can kind of play that game in my head if I really want to. Like
everyone in the Middle Ages was heavy as shit. They all look like
I see the famine
dolls.
has not struck this fair land.
Man, did you know this is actually what it smelled like then? Wow. Really sweaty.
Smells like Annie's pretzels.
Yeah. A lot of very heavy women, a lot of very skinny men. It's what you would expect somehow. It's fun though. It's more fun than you would think. Didn't see too many facial piercings, but enough.
Like
more than there were in the Middle Ages. I don't think anybody was piercing anything back then.
Is there a Ren Fair permanently like there that you could go to, like an amusement park, or is it a temporary?
No, it's like 4 6 weeks, something like that, every summer. Yeah.
Oh,
did it pass?
I didn't know it went that long.
I didn't go this year. I went last year, and it was a worse experience because they ran out of turkey legs, and it was like a rush on the banks before the Depression, where everybody was trying to find a turkey leg. Because I'll be honest with you, walking around feeling kingly, eating a turkey leg is a big part of it for me. Like, you watch these guys do pretend jousting, which, by the way, a lot of bad acting, intermittent with like little bits of cool jousting where a guy actually does get knocked off a horse sometimes. But mostly it's like them playing a character where they're like, Lady Joan, I will fight the Red Knight for your wishes or whatever. And then they do a little, it's pretty gay. And then the actual riding part is neat. They don't do any sword fighting. No sword fighting at all. That's real. They'll do like this super slow swing choreographed stuff, but no real shit.
I could dominate. I'd bring a lightsaber.
No, they're real swords. These guys, they're wearing real armor.
Well, you were talking about people coming who didn't fit. Anyway,
it's like MMA, but they like legitimately do like medieval fighting, and they beat the fuck out of each other. They have like axes and swords and shit.
Yeah, we've been we were maybe like first adopters years ago talking about this really on the ground floor, because it is neat. No money on the line. No one can even see who's in on it. There must be
dozens of dollars for first place. I wonder how the grappling in that compares to MMA. I mean, obviously it's a lower level, but like, how does it change things? Can you even armbar someone in a plate armor? Maybe, probably. What about the handles, right? Like, grappling changes a lot if you're just in a bathing suit compared to if you're in the whole karate pajamas, the gi, because I could grab your shoulder. They can get grips all over the place and control, and grip myself. If you're like trying to break my arm free, it's much harder. Whereas if I'm just shirtless, I can't do the same thing. What does armor do? I imagine there are unbreakable grips, leather straps and stuff. Like
the elbow doesn't even bend like backwards. If you like, the armor itself can't be arm barred, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. Maybe. Right. Maybe it's like a knee brace or something where it's just protected in that direction.
It's like every video I've seen of those guys fighting, they seem to always just like wrap around the neck. They'll grab the guy and put his head down and then just bash the fuck out of his head.
With the shield sometimes. That shield is like a goalie's blocker, and they just pound with it. It's brutal.
Looks awful.
Yeah, that's definitely a for the love of the game type sport. That's like that and the backyard wrestlers. The guys who love WWE so much, they like put their own show on in their backyard, jumping off the roof and slamming people into barbed wire and shit.
The most white trash shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, it is.
What is the like? I think the Venn diagram of backyard wrestlers and who are the people that wear the face paint, the white and black? Juggalos and backyard wrestler. I think that Venn diagram is just a circle.
Oh yeah, You throw a loop in there. Guys laid on child support who work at Taco Bell. Same dudes.
Fago enthusiast. Yeah, that's. There was that one guy. I don't remember his name, but he was like kind of a short, dumpy guy, and his whole thing was just jumping off and hurting himself. Like he would elbow drop like a brick, or he'd elbow drop like a microwave wrapped in razor wire. And then he would always, even if it didn't look that bad, sometimes it looked excruciating, but even if it didn't look bad, he would roll around the floor and I just linked that guy's Twitter.
Wow, you had
imagine
on the
it's
tip of your fingers, bro.
I remembered that his username was Super Humman because clearly superhuman 1 2 3 4 was clearly taken, so he just went another M approved. So now he's.
Can we show one of his stunts here? They're just on his Twitter autoplay, and it doesn't seem like a copyright thing. Plus, we're giving it. Go watch Super Humman.
Yeah, go watch Super Humman. He's very, very funny with this. We don't have to play his audio, but he'll maybe we should.
I want the audio.
Find a good one, Zach.
Can we watch the 4th of July one? It gets good.
All right, I like a little patriotism.
What is he jumping on?
It's also the top one on his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like nothing. Have faith. And audio, please.
This is Superhuman TV show. Today I'll be jumping on the fireworks. This is for the juggalos and juggalettes. Do not try this at home. I hope you like it. Whoop, whoop.
His physique.
Fuck this shit. Like that bitch up, motherfucker.
Save some ladies for the rest of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on, bitch. Yeah. Fuck
it. Remember earlier when I was telling you the story about the neighbor who was a little bit slow?
Yeah.
About that level.
That guy loves recycling. You could tell.
Yeah.
This is so funny. He's got one jumping onto a barbed wire cage. He's got one jumping onto 4 cactuses. He's standing up next to each other. These look, man, the trade-off of pain versus like the visual is probably like, you remember that interview with Johnny Knoxville? He's like, the ideal thing is something that looks like it hurts horribly but doesn't hurt. The worst stunts are the ones that hurt immensely but don't look like they hurt that bad. A lot of this guys look like they hurt unbelievably. Like he's probably got 5 dozen spines in his back from those cactuses right now, but because there's no big explosion.
Doing it for a long time. Like I think I discovered this guy like 2012 or something. He's still at it.
He's hardcore. And it seems like he has the full use of his whole body. I always thought he was going to ruin one of his arms because he elbow drops stuff. You know, he does that diving out and elbow drops like bricks, like a pile of bricks or something, things that don't move. And then, he screams on the ground. Yeah, those are good. Yeah, you get good and stoned and watch like 15 of those in a row. That's a good night.
Oh my God. I don't know if we can show this one, but just skip to the middle of it. The amount of barbed wire he's laying in his.
He linked to his whole Twitter feed. I don't know which one.
I scrolled down 3 and I see a huge pile of barbed wire on some chairs.
May 18th?
That is the one.
Okay.
Yeah, I just linked it right there.
Yeah, he's got fucking 30 yards of barbed wire coiled up and he's about to jump in it. It didn't move. Oh, it didn't move. Ooh.
That's way worse than the fireworks or cactus.
Yeah.
If you're listening, go give Super Humman 1 2 3 4 on Twitter a follow. We like some of his stuff.
So was Super Hummin taken as well?
Super Hummin 1,233 was the last one that was taken, so he had to go one more.
That's so funny.
He just Super Hummin and then as high as he can count. That was how he chose the username.
Jesus.
He just he's like, I've got the idea. The account needs to be made right now. I gotta get it. Jumping onto this barbed wire. God,
I hope he's monetized that well. See, if I worked at WWE, I would be trying to get away from all these controversies they've got with the little boy diddling and with the Hulkster and all of his hateful union busting anti-black ways and such. I'd get a fun-loving guy like this on the roster.
Wait, little boy diddling? I was only aware of the adult.
I haven't heard of this.
Women.
You got to watch Mr. McMahon. There's a great documentary on Netflix. I think it's called Mr. McMahon, and I've talked about it before. But essentially, for the first 3/4 of the doc, he is cooperating. He thinks it's like a puff piece about him. You know, like we're celebrating his life, and they were. But then all the allegations came out, not only about him sexually assaulting women who worked for him, but also about like some page boys. I don't know what that is. It sounds like a personal assistant on a movie set. I don't know what a page boy is, but being basically like sexually assaulted as well.
Couldn't have been a PA, could it?
It could have been. I haven't seen the doc. I remember the word page. Like
Okay.
I don't know what that is. I think of it as like an assistant on the wrestling set in the background somewhere in one of those back rooms or something. But yeah, little boys too, and they were covering it up, and lots of women. And it was documented. And so look, in the last quarter of the documentary, all that comes out, and the doc turns on McMahon, and it becomes like an attack piece that he has cooperated with. So it's really effective, and it's good. Like it's got all these wrestlers in the first part praising him and talking about how great he is and how wonderful he is. It's very much like who's the wrestler that killed his family?
Chris
Chris Benoit.
It's like that Chris Benoit tribute they did that night, the day before they found out that he killed the whole family.
He's a great man, always on his Bowflex.
Yeah. What?
Loves his family to death.
Oh, that's dark.
That's a good line. I like it.
I'm trying to think of an extension cord joke, but nothing.
Damn.
Yeah. Wrestling has been mired with some controversies, but I didn't know the McMahon documentary took the same route as that. What was that documentary about the guy who was accused of murder that came out like at this point almost 10 years ago? That old man who got away with it, and he like gave himself up at the very end of the documentary, taking a piss with a live mic on in the bathroom, and was like, "Oh, the jig's up. They know." Like talking to himself. The Jinx, or maybe just Jinx, Jinx. I think that was the name of the series.
That doc is so good because it's long. It's been 10 years since I've seen it, but they spend like maybe 2 or 3 episodes and several hours laying out the case against him. And you're very much, I don't know, it seems like maybe he's guilty, maybe not. And then they show the part where he literally goes to the bathroom mic'd up, and he's like, they got you. They got you. They figured you out. You're in trouble this time. You're not getting away with it this time. And like they did kind of have him. They had him on some handwriting evidence, but that's not conclusive. It was 20-year-old handwriting evidence against him. But him admitting in the bathroom was a bad look. Yeah, when you see that, like as an audience member, you're just like, oh no, dude, you're mic'd up.
Why did he?
We got him.
Like, why did he say it out loud? Why didn't he just, have a thought?
I don't know, but he did. He was in the bathroom giving up the ghost.
I went to the bathroom mic'd up on that dance competition, and I was really sensitive about it. I was like, can we turn this thing off? Can I see it's off? I want to see the lights turn off as we flip this thing. I don't
like Mike 4. We got a weak stream. Can we turn that down?
Yeah, right. There's a woman with a headset on and like, I don't know, half a dozen audio receivers, just sort of monitoring everything, making sure the balance is good, looking at this like audio equipment, everyone's decibel rating or whatever. And I'm in there going to the bathroom. I don't like this. I don't like her listening in.
She winked at you when you came back?
She turned it off for me.
Oh.
I would always flick mine off whenever I went to the bathroom too. I had the same thought. It's that scene from The Naked Gun when Leslie Nielsen goes to the bathroom, and he's got like the PA microphone, so it's broadcast into the whole room he just left, and he's farting and pissing, and he's like old man pissing, so it's weird.
Yeah, mine was in the small of my back. Like I wasn't in charge of mine.
Yeah. This article right here, Vince McMahon and WWE accused of allowing rampant sexual assault of young boys by announcer in new lawsuit. But in the documentary, they fleshed that out a little bit more. And I don't think it was just that announcer. They mentioned like higher ups and cover ups and going on for years. Yeah. WWE's a nasty business, it seems.
It is. I
have some stuff here. I have some stuff from This Week in History.
Perfect. I'd love to learn.
This is all from this week, August 6th, 1999.
Okay.
Sixth Sense debuted in theaters. Signs also in August 9th of 2002. Some major historical events. The bombing of Hiroshima, August 6th, 1945. The little boy bomb dropped on Japan. I believe 150,000 people or something like that eventually died. And then a couple days later.
Were the 2 nukes? Oh, you just said a couple of days later?
Yeah, I think it was 2 days later, maybe 3. They dropped the second bomb. Barry Bonds broke the all-time home run record back in August 7th of 2007.
Do you still have it?
It's always been an asterisk record. Everyone knows McGuire has it.
It's Hank Aaron's record. And It's Hank Aaron's record. You
I don't
scum.
How juiced
August
was
4th. So Hank Aaron was on hot dogs. Look at that. Look at a picture of that man. August 4th of 61, Barack Obama born. One of our great presidents.
And
And
beautiful day in Kenya.
It was a sunny day in Nairobi.
This day in 1305, William Wallace was captured, screamed freedom, and then was silenced. Later,
wow.
Mel Gibson screamed it shirtlessly, wearing a completely inaccurate kilt.
That was a pretty good movie.
Maybe screaming freedom was a good tactic to get them to kill him faster.
I think they
Maybe.
were going to draw and quarter him no matter what. It's a pretty rough ordeal. You know, they sort of like dissected him alive and cut his balls off and cut him and hung him until he almost died, and then stretched him until
if
his
you
joints
start
tore.
saying really brave shit that like riles the audience, maybe we just speed this up a little.
That is what
Cut
happened
him
in the
slow!
movie. Yeah. In the movie, they axe him because he's yelling, but in real life, they might have been like, you know, the executioner was probably looking forward to that day for weeks. Like he was excited to pull those innards out and like see how long they were.
I'd start just saying shit that makes them want to, like, the executioner cheats on his wife. I swear to God, talk to Rebecca. She's the mistress.
These
guys are gay nerds.
I refuse to be tortured by a homosexual.
This guy
That's all
tried
I
to kiss me.
This guy tried to kiss me in my cell. Shut
He's
up.
hard right now.
That's from the torture.
Jesus. I believe they cut him into 4 or 5 pieces and then spread the pieces all around London. Something about his head being on the bridge or something. I remember reading that somewhere. Yeah, poor William Wallace.
Pretty garish. And I think it was like, I didn't know it was just London. I thought it was like to the corners of the kingdom, like an arm here, a leg there. And then just some rural guy who really is not plugged in because it's the year 1302 is like, Susan, you wouldn't believe what I seen on a bridge. There was a man's nutsack. Just sitting there, plumb in the middle of the bridge.
You know what? I should
stubborn,
put
isn't
that
he?
on the back of my wagon. It'd be
Yeah.
dope.
I should put that on the back of my wagon. And that's another day in history that also happened this week. The first guy to put nuts on the back of his wagon, William Wallace. What else, Kyle? I want to learn more.
Also today, Houdini's last public stunt back in 1926. Harry Houdini performed his last public escape trick. He was sealed in a coffin, submerged in water, and he emerged alive and well, although he did die of an inflamed appendix 2 months later.
And then he was sealed in a coffin and did not come back alive and well.
No,
Facts.
Did not.
he was killed.
Never came back.
Yeah,
His
second to last
appendix
time
maybe?
he was in a coffin. Yeah, he got punched in the gut.
Oh, that's right. And that gave him appendicitis. And then I guess what was the procedure for appendicitis back then? Like,
You're dead.
Curl
Hope,
up and die. Yeah.
you know, fingers crossed.
I also heard, and I think either the appendix situation was exacerbated by this or caused by this, but he used to do this trick where he would tighten his abs and let anyone punch him. I think he'd done it with like heavyweight boxers and such.
Mhm.
And then some guy sucker punched him like to do the trick and hurt him badly that way. I don't know if that's a myth, but I definitely read that somewhere.
That's what I've always heard is that, yeah, because I actually did a report on him in 5th grade. So let me access that memory. But yeah, he did that trick where he had like some breathing technique where he would really tighten up his abdomen. And he could take super heavyweight punches. And then some guy, he was just on tour, shaking hands, you know, shaking babies, waving hands, whatever.
Yeah.
And some guy just punched him in the gut and burst his fucking appendix, which was apparently already swollen, like exactly what Kyle just said.
What a douche that guy is.
I'm curious about your paint color. Did you do it as a green screen so that you could put yourself in Hawaii for video, or is it just
Aqua.
a dope color?
It's my color. It's my brand color, man.
All
When
right.
I started making videos, I started on like TikTok, fucking I don't know, 2 years ago, and I would wear a kimono, like a silk
Yeah.
Japanese robe, and it was that color. So I was like, fuck it. I moved my studio up. I just moved back to Indiana like 2 months ish ago, and I was recording this is my girlfriend's house. I was recording in her kitchen. And so the kitchen table was like the setup I currently have in front of me, which I'm imagining is similar to all of yours. And she was like, get that off the fucking kitchen table. We live in a 4-bedroom house and there are 2 of us who share a bed. So moved up
I'd
here.
be annoyed too.
It was a nice background, man. Everybody, the first video I posted with this as the background, and then I hung, my play button. and got my one piece of furniture.
You hung it by the corner. I like it.
Yeah, they had 2 hooks. I only had 1 nail. But the top comment on the first video I posted up here, everybody was like, "I miss the kitchen." I'm not allowed to have fun.
Well, you've done a good job remaking that magic, I'm sure, with your one plant. Little thing. That's okay.
Your crooked play button.
Who says you need anything at all in your background? Not me. Just
gray wall.
Just put a gray wall back there. Yeah. So you just started making videos within 2 years?
Yeah. Started TikTok like probably about 2 years ago, probably like 2023, and then that just blew up. And so I was making those. I was just fucking around in my spare time, just slam like 10 beers and then record some bullshit on TikTok. And then I started making money off of it, and I was like, "Oh, this is cool." Instead of having to wake up for a real job, and then they reformatted the pay structure, so I was getting paid like a decent amount of money. I don't want to say any numbers, but then it had a comma in it, and then the next month they changed the pay structure, and I got paid 8 cents. And I was like, "Okay, well, I hate the Chinese now." But I still like making shit because it's fun. So I switched over to Instagram, was just bullshitting, and then I have a Twitter account, and I just shit post on there, and then. Started seriously making YouTube videos probably like, I don't know, 6 months ago. Cause I'm really close friends with like Brandon Herrera, Donut Operator, all the guys from the Unsubscribed podcast. And so they had found my Instagram and invited me down for one of the rain days to hang out. Actually, we've met, Taylor, in person.
Oh, we did meet at the range day.
Yeah, you were hanging out with Isaiah and her Wendigoon. And just like kind of like hit it off with those dudes. They invited me on their podcast, Unsubscribed. Not to plug somebody else's podcast on your podcast.
No, we like all those guys.
Hell yeah. And then hung out with them. They invited me down to SHOT Show, the big gun show in Vegas in January. This is like 2 years ago, and convinced me to move down to Texas to hang out with them. So been down there bouncing back and forth because I'm from Northern Indiana. So bouncing back and forth ever since.
Did your girlfriend move too?
No. So yeah, she stayed up here this whole time. We took a little break there for a minute, but we're back together.
All right.
Been together 10 years. Not all in a row, but
and beautiful non-consecutive years.
Yeah.
Well, that's sick. Yeah, I just looking at your YouTube channel, like you got an awesome amount of engagement for doing this for fucking 6 months. That's crazy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, just fucking around. I don't know. That's like the only one I take kind of seriously because it actually gives me money. I go on Twitter and just say slurs and anti-Semitic things.
And then Twitter will give you no money.
TikTok.
What's that?
What'd you do before TikTok for a living?
Was a contractor.
Okay.
Just like private contractor, did like little remodel shit and kind of more like handyman type stuff. Ran a business and was my own guy, but then my brother did the exact same thing. So our dad did it. And then so my brother and I each ran our own separate businesses and just kind of tossed customers back and forth.
Cool.
Nice. So you had to do different things probably to be tossing the customers back and forth or like switching out. Like, all right, I did this guy's floor. You can have the fucking shower remodel.
Pretty much, yeah. And then it'd be like if it was a job that would take 2 of us, we just team up on it and like sub each other out. So
nice. No, you never going back to contracting?
I enjoy it as a hobby. Like the reason I picked that job, well, granted I've dropped out of college like 5 times, but also I genuinely enjoy like working with my hands. Besides the fact that I'm in Indiana right now, I'm in the middle of remodeling Brandon Herrera's bathroom. I put that on pause for a couple months. Brandon, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I'll be back
for a couple of months?
Well, I moved back and, Brandon doesn't
okay. His trailer's right outside on the grass.
Yeah, I literally have I have an S10 down in Texas, and it's parked in the driveway of the house they record the podcast in, and the bed is full of construction debris, and it's been there for like 3 months. It probably won't start.
You are a contractor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gave me a check, and I was like, I'm
behavior.
out.
Every professional I've hired is like that.
That's so funny. You do the demo, and then you're like, bad news, moving back to Indiana.
That's like unironically exactly what I did.
Remove the toilet, unhooked all the fixtures.
Taylor, do you have any stuff you need ruined around your house?
No, nothing going on really. Yeah.
No, I think
he can come in and like tear all the doors off and then bounce.
I think we're pretty squared up here.
You need a tile floor ripped up so you can walk on bare concrete to go piss in the middle of the night.
Only if I can have a really cool truck out front of my house for a quarter of a year.
S10, top tier truck.
It's a 2003.
They don't make those anymore.
They literally don't make those anymore.
Like they used to.
Did I say S10 as a Ranger? I used to have an S10.
I think they still make Rangers.
Yeah, but they're gay and bigger now.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't make like the little hunky piece of shit truck that you could sell for $7,500.
That's what I had.
That's that Slate truck that Jeff Bezos backed company that's making the like bare bones electric truck. I think the company's called Slate, but those trucks are I think $20,000. I guess the EV credit will leave. I don't know if that's before or after EV credit, which is we're losing because America. But that truck is like $20,000. I think it has roll up windows and like nothing. I feel like there's a market for that. I think it's going to do well because I don't know why the major car manufacturers don't do that. Just the cheap. Everybody in high school had an S10 or a Ranger, like because a used S10 or a Ranger is $3,500.
I think there is a market for it. Tesla went the opposite direction. First, they came out with the expensive, high margin car, and then that became like I guess made them enough money that they could go into the more mass production. These guys are starting with the cheap mass production car. We'll see how it goes. You know,
I think we were talking about this months and months back about whether Elon was going to get that cash from Tesla, whether they were going to do it or not. They did it.
Somewhere in between. They gave him like he was going to get some wildly like 50 billion or 75 billion, and I think he got 20 or 30 as a good
like
faith
30
measure or something like that.
Which it's like. I guess. I mean, I feel like he's lost them so much value and so much goodwill. I don't know.
I don't know if it's still true, but I suspect it is that Tesla was worth more than every other car company combined. Tesla is valued, I think, incorrectly, but it's valued that high because of Musk and his bullshit. Like some people are still buying it.
I don't know. I just feel like it's not a cool car to have in any social circle. Like what social circle do you pull up with your Tesla and everybody's like, oh, Mark's got a Tesla.
Zero of them. Yeah, but now it's the robo-taxi that they're all excited about. That the robo-taxi is going to make Tesla a whole new like
until it kills someone and they've got a crazy lawsuit.
Until it's not even real. Like okay, Musk says the entire country will have robo-taxis this calendar year. Do you buy that?
Like within the next 6 months?
4 months? Yeah.
Or 4 months? Yeah,
Jesus.
That's crazy.
Time flies when you're having fun.
There's no way. Like
there's no way.
I don't see any now. I don't see that many Cybertrucks.
There are a couple. They have drivers behind the wheel, but they're mostly autonomous in one city in Texas.
Austin.
San Antonio?
It's Austin. The Waymo. I've been in one before. It's creepy as fuck, dude.
Wait, did you say Waymo though? Because it's not Waymo.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
Waymo.
No, this is Tesla. They might have went to the same city. I don't know. I want to say it's San Antonio. I'm not very sure.
I got it.
Where is it?
Austin.
Austin.
And the numbers are so small, they're not reported. All the other competing companies, Baidu's Apollo Go, the Waymo, Pony AI, and WeRide all have like 500 to 1,500 robo-taxis operating in multiple cities.
And Tesla has a couple, like a dozen of them.
Has Waymo gotten anybody in a wreck yet? Or any serious wrecks? I feel like I'd hear about that.
I haven't heard about it.
I don't know. I do line up with Elon's idea that like it doesn't have to be perfect. If it's better than humans, my mind's open to starting there. Like I don't need to completely remove these things from the road if anything happens.
Who are you going to have an awkward conversation about politics with?
Dude, I always talk to my drivers. I like to shoot the shit with them. I want to know what their lives are like, what's going on.
You and I are polar opposites then.
Man, if they don't talk, if they don't strike up a conversation, I'm disappointed. Like I want to yak when I'm in that car. We have a good time.
No, man. No, I don't want to. I'm not looking for a friend. I'm looking for him to not get lost on the way to whatever event I'm going to.
Nah, dude. I feel like that's treating him like less than a person. Like I see it as like me and a new friend are going somewhere together, and it's my job to get to know him.
I bring a ripped in half hefty bag and 2 pieces of Scotch tape, and I immediately put up a divider.
I bet you're a 1-star writer too. I'm a fucking 5-star man. All right, like I'm appreciated.
Are you sure? Do they ever give you like 1-word answers? Because
they've given me compliments. They're like, it's really great talking to you. Like
you're so good at sitting in the back seat of my car.
They
the guy who's looking for a tip from you.
It's almost as if they work for tips.
Yeah, he's like, the strippers love me, man. They're always talking about how handsome I am.
Sir, I'm not going to exaggerate here. You are number 1, my most favorite person I have ever met in my entire life.
I went to a restaurant for lunch today, and the guy who brought me the food said I made a great choice when I picked the item up.
I'm telling you, you drive me
came
somewhere.
back and said, "Is everything all right?" I said, "My God, this guy cares."
He kept filling up my Coke. It was crazy.
It's because I'm their
new
favorite.
best friend.
Trust me. You drive me somewhere, you're gonna have a good time. All right, you're gonna have some informed conversation, a little lighthearted banter. You're gonna love it.
A little lighthearted
I'm gonna make
banter.
you feel important. I'm gonna want to know about your life and what you're up to. I'm gonna care.
I got Roadhead all over my mind. As Kyle tells me how great it is to drive him around,
I'm in the back seat.
Keep going. You're gonna feel like a king. Like this is tracking.
He's got a pocket full of Arby's napkins to clean up too.
You're gonna be sad to see me go. You're gonna be sad to see me go.
Just for this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk if they want to talk. Because sometimes you get a chatty Cathy in there who just wants to keep yakking and yakking, which is fine. I'm not going to be rude, but if the guy's sitting there silently, I'm not going to broach it.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna like bother him, but if he starts talking to me, like I always see meeting a new person is like, you get to pull out your greatest hits. You're like the Machine in Soviet Russia. You get to do fat guy in a little coat. Like in the next 45 minutes, this guy's gonna really appreciate my my ride.
Here's what happens too often.
Barbers too.
I'm in an Uber or a taxi, and they're like, "How do you like our city?" It's like, don't put me in a situation where I feel like I have to lie to you. Your city kind of fucking blows. I can't wait to leave.
Yeah, well, you're picking me up from the airport. So I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know. I guess the concourse was fine.
I did have one Uber driver in New Orleans. We went for the Super Bowl, and he picked us up, and he's like, "What do you think of New Orleans so far?" And we're like, "Oh yeah, it's great, whatever." Fucking just blowing him shit. He's like, "Obviously, you haven't been here very long. I've been here my whole life. This place is a fucking shithole." And we told him where our hotel was, and he goes, "Oh." Uh-oh. This is a place called the Ninth Ward. It's gotta be great. That's one less than the 10th.
Woody, didn't we get mad at a cab driver one night? It was that night when me, you, and Joe Lozon were going to the second restaurant for dinner because the first one didn't really pan out. And I think there were other people in the car in front of us, and me and you were in the taxi in the back, and he wasn't keeping pace with the front car.
I do remember this a little bit. Yeah. I think our instructions would just follow him. Like we didn't know where we were going. We were from out of town, and it was like follow that car, and he lost him. You're a professional driver. You should be good at this.
Woody, look I remember at the time being equal parts annoyed with that guy and a little afraid of Woody. Woody was so mad that this guy had lost. I was mad too. Don't get me wrong, but Woody was like angry dad mad, and I was like, are we gonna beat this guy up?
I like it when I'm in your situation in there. Like, you know what? I'm really mad, but he's kind of got it covered for both of us.
Thanks,
Dad. This is so mad.
on the professional driver comment, the first time I got in a taxi, I went to San Antonio, which I live there sometimes now, but 10 years ago, and I got in a cab. And my girlfriend at the time was going to school, and I was like, "Hey, take me to X University." And he turns around and he goes, "How do I get there?" I'm like, "Bro, that is literally the one job you have. Is to operate the steering wheel and know where places are." Like, I don't fucking know.
Was this before GPS?
No, how old do you think I am?
Okay, all right, fair point.
You just hand him 8 folded pages of MapQuest, including the URL page.
Why don't you staple it right in the fucking middle of the?
I can't see the exit number. It's in the margin.
Hey, don't rip that. Don't rip that.
Pull out a map that doesn't
They're
even
out
have a
of order
western
now.
border to the U.S. It hasn't been documented by Lewis and Clark yet. They're like,
Well, they're still calling a
maybe
lot
it
of this
goes on
region the
forever.
Louisiana Purchase here, so I'm not sure. This is a good map.
You're in San Antonio. Have you been to? I'm sure you have, but what did you think when you went to the site of the Alamo?
It's so fucking underwhelming.
Right?
Yeah,
Thank you. I'm so glad that's what you said.
For some reason,
I
in
thought
my
you were gonna
mind-
be like, you could feel.
Oh,
You could
bullshit.
feel the courage in those stones.
they are remodeling it, but because apparently it used to be way worse. I'm sure back when you went, because this happened like super recently, unless you've been very
Okay.
recently.
Yeah,
There was
it's
like
been
a
10 years.
Ripley's Believe It or Not and shit. But like literally, you're facing the Alamo, which for some reason in my imagination this entire time was 100 feet tall with this like whitewashed facade, and yeah, you could feel the bravery there, and you could still see the bullet holes from where the Mexicans shot at them on their last stand. No, it's like 10 feet tall. It's like a garage, and then you turn around and it's like 18 smoke shops. It's like I came to San Antonio and all I got was high. It's like, dude, this place blows.
Well, I've never been there, but was any part of you guys like? They probably should have let them have the shitty little fort and then come back with greater
No.
numbers. Come back, go regroup, knock the whole fort down, get all the Mexicans out.
You gonna surrender to Santa Ana?
Then we could get David. Then David Crockett wouldn't have died, or Boone, or whoever. Was
You ain't
there.
worth the spit to shine a boot.
Zach, would you pull up a picture of the Alamo? Because it looks cool. It doesn't look that maybe my
In
expectations
pictures.
have been set low enough. Yeah, that's it, right?
Now turn around. Yeah, there's the weed shops I was talking about. Oh, there's the Texas Ranger who told me I wasn't allowed to
Look at this
smoke.
young lady right here. Pan down. There you go.
They blurred out her ass.
Now, are you trying to get a front look of that lady?
Oh, they blurred her face.
Yeah,
I
big
hate
old
when they
women
do that.
out in San Antonio.
Ah, Barkley fan. Those
Man,
churros.
I don't even remember it looking this nice. I remember a crumbling, broken down wall that was so crumbly and broken down that you weren't really sure like which way it was facing. It looked like rubble, what I remember seeing.
Mhm.
And there's no way this facade here is original.
Yeah, well, and
Oh,
that's from 2022. So I just went there this spring, and off to the right, if Zach pans to the right, where the like wood palisade is. Yeah, that big open area right there. In between there and that hotel in the background with the flag sticking up. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like a historic hotel.
Stay there.
That's where Teddy Roosevelt rallied the Rough Riders before they went to Cuba. And there's a bullet hole in the bar. It's this tiny little bar. But yeah, he like fired a bullet hole into the wall of the bar, and that's like highlighted or whatever. But the area between where this person is standing and that hotel, now they have all these like stands with it's kind of like a wall that's like maybe 10 feet tall, and it has a bunch of little bullshit articles about the history of the area.
What's the original part of it? Like if you turn back left, so that big facade, that's all new. Is it like is the wall on the left the original Alamo?
That's part of it. So we talked to a tour guide, and I wasn't really listening because I don't give a shit. But apparently, not much of it stands anymore. So like that was, like their armory or something, and then the other.
Even the wall there to your left, that long straight one, that might be where a wall used to be, but those aren't the stones anymore.
that's
you know what
too
I mean?
new.
Like it's been fixed up and propped up, which is fine for a historical reenactment or representation. But I'm pretty sure that nothing you're seeing here represents what was there during the battle.
Bit of a Theseus ship thing.
Yeah, but now it's not even a boat anymore; it's an attraction, so it doesn't float. So they lost a lot in the transition. That's a great story, though. However much of it is true, it made great propaganda, and now we own all that delicious Texas land.
There'd been better propaganda if we won.
We won the war. That was just a battle.
Yeah, but I mean that's a site.
I think it was 300 men against like 5,000 or 10,000 or something like that.
That is embarrassing. How many did the Mexicans lose?
I don't know, but it went on for days, right? I think that alone is a good metric to use. How many days they held out?
Okay.
I hope the Mexicans retell stories like we're Spartans. Like, God, I heard they throw away the weaker babies.
We do.
And these men in the fort, they were giants, I tell you. Some of them 5'9", 5'10".
130 pounds.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'll go to the Alamo someday. But you guys just aren't selling me on it. It doesn't sound exciting now.
Dude,
I
that's
would
to
go.
your benefit. Because if they told you it was awesome, it would set expectations too high. It's like a movie, where you go in hearing it's awful, and you're like, it's better than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
I had this with Mount Rushmore. I went to Mount Rushmore. Everyone said it's underwhelming, it's small, whatever. I was like, it's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. This thing's pretty dope, only because they had my expectations in the gutter.
Do you think we should ever add another president? And if so, are there any of the presidents that we've lived through that you think have earned a spot?
No, I don't think we got a statue earning president for a very long time.
What about FDR?
Oh, God, no.
No, we're not putting a fucking wheelchair guy up there.
Yeah, ew.
The whole chair.
I think we need a major war-winning president. Right? It would have to be
like FDR.
No, he didn't win the war.
Well,
Truman did.
all right. Well, I'm not going to give Truman credit. You can't give.
He's my favorite president, dude. So he's the only one who does not have a college degree or military experience.
Okay, but LBJ had a bullshit degree. He's pretty close.
Yeah. Well, he did kill JFK, so I'll give him that. But Truman was like, the reason they picked him is because he was a retard from Missouri, and
sick.
Yeah, you got Taylor's vote.
So you're saying there's a chance?
They needed like a milquetoast idiot who had like no strong stance on anything. And it's funny as fuck because if you look, it's like he took over as president in Act 1. He's like, let's nuke Japan to circle back around again to this day in history. Well, yesterday, I guess, but shouts out. If you listen to the speech, it's fucking hilarious because he's reading it, and it's not like how most people read where they're like, today is a day that will live on in infamy. Like he's like, the Japanese are glassed. We nuked those Japs good. Like he can barely fucking read. First act as president, blowing up an entire country.
I mean, that's a pretty, storming your way onto the political stage by nuking Japan twice.
Hell yeah.
And then still the only nuker ever. No one else has nuked.
You can't
nuka.
The R on that.
Yeah, nuka.
Yeah. Hopefully
I'm watching it right now. He's so matter of fact. He's like, that bomb had more power than 20,000 tons of TNT.
We have harnessed the power of the atom. I'm gonna take a piss real quick.
Is he the one who was annoyed by Oppenheimer being like, oh, now I am become Vishnu, creator of death and destruction, whatever, and destroyer of worlds. And Truman's like, get this fucking fruit out of my office. This guy's like, you're not pressing the button. I'm pressing the button, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's in the movie,
and it's not
which I haven't seen, but I intend to at some point. I don't know what I'm putting it off for, but that scene's in the movie, and I think it happened. I think Oppenheimer felt pretty guilty about the whole thing.
Yeah, this guy's like incredibly lax talking about nuking Japan.
I don't think they had a good grasp on like what it meant, and maybe we have like look. My entire life, movies, television, politicians, teachers, adults have done nothing but fearmonger the nuclear weapon. Just make it sound like the worst thing ever. And I get that it is.
Seems pretty scary.
How is it though?
It seems that all those Japanese got fucked.
Yeah, but like no, they did.
Hiroshima's still populated. Like
they're there now.
In my childhood, they acted like if there'd be a nuclear winter, there'd be global starvation. That like a bomb.
That's only with a full exchange, and the nuclear winter is created, and the fallout is all the cities burn. You target all the major cities in the world, they all burn, and those ashes go up, and that smoke is what's creating the nuclear winter. It's just blocking out the sun and making everything all cold. But the fallout was from fission bombs, irradiating all that dust and particulate, and then having that go up in the air and fall out over a populated area. But with modern fusion bombs, we don't have that same issue. It would still do the nuclear winter thing because we'd burn every major city on the planet if they both, shot all their missiles back and forth. We've got like 5,000 and Russia's got like 5,000 roughly, like something like that. Now, it used to be like 4 or 5 times that. Russia used to have like 25,000 ICBMs or something.
You're not that scared of nukes unless it's a full exchange.
I think the human population shouldn't be like afraid of being destroyed by all the nukes like in the movies, because it would take even if there was a full exchange, there'd be plenty of us left around on the peripheries. It would just be a shitty world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, hopefully that never happens.
But we could blow up a little city here or there. Maybe a little demonstration nuke. Like back in the Korean conflict, or like maybe it was MacArthur or somebody, they wanted to create a nuclear fallout buffer zone between China and Korea. They're like, let's drop like, I don't know, 30 bombs, 30 nukes. Nuke here, nuke there. Just make a line of death and radiation between them.
The Japanese are so good at rebuilding stuff. I bet some of them were a little excited. Where they're like,
so much to do.
It's a great opportunity. They rebuild their shit. Yeah. I mean, like how many years until how many years was it until Nagasaki and Hiroshima were like nice again? If it's Japan, I'm guessing like 4 years.
China would do it in a weekend.
Zach,
yeah, but they wouldn't replace the people, so it would just be a bunch of empty shit.
Show us modern day Hiroshima, Zach. I bet it's like a bustling metropolis.
Oh, well, I bet it's sick now. It's been
with neon skyscrapers.
90 years. Yeah, let's see.
I don't know, because I know we occupied them until like the 60s.
Really long time. We wrote their constitution, and it's still the constitution they use.
Yeah, because was that MacArthur?
It was.
Big dicked Hirohito.
Yep. He MacArthur's staff had to find Japanese libraries that hadn't been burned, so they could find copies of Western constitutions and use them as a basis to create the Japanese constitution. MacArthur and his staff wrote the Japanese country's constitution that is still used today in like a 3-day weekend.
Hell yeah.
And then made them sign it.
And it's clearly working out.
Doing all right.
They're not fucking, that's for sure.
I like that they kept this building shitty. Little reminder.
Don't act up. Remember what happened last time?
Don't get fucking crazy, guys. You guys in your zero planes flying into us.
I think what's always fascinating.
Pearl Harbor, all of our good ships weren't there that day, and it was only old crappy ships that they had. I mean, think how lucky we are.
You trying to make a conspiracy out of Pearl Harbor?
Absolutely not.
Could have that we diverted important resources away from the area and ignored radar signals from the newly implanted stations on the island.
Kyle, if there was reams of evidence of that, I might suggest it, but that's not the case.
Look, all I know is the good guys won World War II, and I'm not going to hear your any more of your stories, Taylor.
That Norm
you
McDonald
diverted a whole other river there.
The Norm McDonald joke where he's like, I was flipping through this history book. Turns out the good guys win every time. The odds.
He had so many great bits. R.I.P. to Norm.
Amen.
That was like the most king shit ever, to have cancer for like 11 years. Don't tell a soul. Like his family didn't know. Like he didn't want anyone to know he had cancer. I'm sure he told his family at the very end, but like that's pretty
funny thing.
Didn't even know he was sick.
Tomorrow I'm dying of cancer.
You guys know that, Woody and Kyle, right? You know that story?
I don't know.
He knew he was dying. He had bowel cancer for like his entire life. He got diagnosed in like his 20s, and they removed like a bunch of his small intestines. And so he just had been like known he had this death sentence his entire life. And so he would constantly make this joke. Anytime somebody famous died, he would go, so-and-so died. Like Ozzy Osbourne died. I didn't even know he was sick.
Yeah.
And because nobody knew that he was dying of cancer. So when he died, you can find compilations of people where it's like, as soon as they hear it, they're like, Norm McDonald just passed away. And they go, Norm died? I didn't even know he was sick. So he wrote a joke like that he would never even hear the punchline to. It's so fucking funny.
Yeah, that is great. It's been a long time. It's been like 5+ years now since Norm died, right?
I think he died in 21.
21? 4 or 5 years? Yeah. Damn. All those like once every 2 years or so, I'll go back and listen to his 9/11 clips where it's just him being beyond insensitive about 9/11. That joke where he's like, I would walk through blood and bone trying to find my brother. Turns out he was in northern Canada.
have you read his or heard his autobiography? Is the funniest shit. It's like I drive all the time.
I need to listen to it.
He's got an autobiography, and like, do not read it. You have to listen to the fucking audiobook version because he narrates it, and just like his tone and mannerisms are funny as shit. But it's an autobiography, but it's clearly bullshit. And so he goes through this whole thing, and like one of his like best friends is Adam Egget, who used to be the manager of the Comedy Store. Now he manages Rogan's Place in Austin. But the entire time he's telling all these like false stories about Adam Egget sucking off guys under the bridge in New York or whatever. He falls in love with like a transgender woman and like wins the lot. Like he plays him out as this like fucking retard who's sucking guys off. It's like his best friend, but since this is his biography or autobiography, and then there's one chapter and it's so like jarring because he's just bullshitting the entire time, and he's talking about growing up, and then he tells this like horrific story about being molested by one of his dad's friends in a barn, and it's like his tone changes, and it's like I don't know if it's a bit or if he's like telling a story about being molested as a child, and so it's like doubly funny because you shouldn't be laughing at it, but he's just like immediate tone switch from this bullshit story to like somebody graphically describing something. It's so fucking good, dude. I was laughing so hard I had to fucking pull over at one point.
I need to listen to that. If it's him narrating it, yeah, I would never read it.
Oh, it's gold
because it's obviously meant to be delivered in the way he delivers it. I don't watch much stand-up at all anymore. Like the stand-ups that I like Shane Gillis, it's not even his stand-up I like that much. It's like he and Matt McCusker on the Matt and Shane podcast are way, way funnier than either of their stand-ups independently. Like it's just a better format to have two funny people like them, like bantering, playing off each other, than it is to have like a prepared thing to go up in front of the stage. Like it just, I feel like a lot of people feel that way because the stand-up itself doesn't feel like that's what people are following a lot of these comedians for. It's for their podcasts. It's more off the cuff. It feels more genuine.
I feel like comedy is one of those things too. Like stand-up comedy is one of those things where like if you're physically in, a room with a person doing stand-up with a bunch of other people like laughing, like the likelihood that you're watching, some clip on your phone and actually laugh out loud, I feel like is much, much lower than if you physically go to a comedy club and have a couple drinks and hang out and get in the mood.
Very true. Yeah, the vibe is important. But I haven't been to stand-up in a long time.
So I've always talking about how I hate Inglourious Bastards, how I thought I was going to a Nazi fighting movie and ended up watching something about Shoshana, a Jewish woman who owns a theater, I guess, and that's important to me. The movie's called Inglourious Bastards, and I was super disappointed. Even in the trailers, you had Brad Pitt. My name is Lieutenant Aldo Raine. We're doing one thing and one thing only. Spending 3/4 of this film following Shoshana around. That's what he should have said. Because I watched a movie last night that I missed because I thought it was just a cheesy action movie. It's called The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare.
Oh, and that movie rules.
It was great. They basically made the Inglourious Bastards the way you wanted. The whole movie, it's got it's got
Henry Cavill.
Alan Ritchson. Alan Ritchson is the guy from Reacher, the giant
monster of a fucking man.
That monster. He's in there, and they basically put together like a group of badasses who were like outlaws, and then they go fight the Nazis, blowing up boats and shooting Nazis. They spend 25% of the movie just walking around with fully automatic suppressed machine guns, just just killing Nazis constantly. The giant guy, the guy Reacher, I don't know how many people he stabs. At one point, he cuts a Nazi's heart out. It's just a Nazi killing fun popcorn movie. That's like everything I wanted Inglourious Bastards to be.
No theater subplot.
There's no theater subplot.
None of that. You don't have to read me subtitles. If you want to be or watch like a clip from it that will convince you to watch it, just watch the boat scene. It's the very beginning of the movie, but it's so fucking good. Well, Brandon and Cody, Donut Operator, like are obsessed with that fucking movie. We'd watch it all the time just for like having drinks and put it on in the background and shit. Well, Brandon bought a suppressed fully automatic Sten because of it. And so we'll take it out to the range. It's got a heat shroud on the suppressor. It's so much fucking fun, dude. It's like shooting a fucking laser pointer. You're just it's exactly like the movie. Like you can hit the fucking steel plates. I love that gun.
Yeah.
Now this sounds like a movie that's more my speed. Because if I had to watch even one more second of that dialogue with the Nazi trying to flirt while she like takes too long to put the placard up, like the sign of the next film, the marquee. Yeah, it's like, oh my God.
I love that fucking movie. That's like one of my favorite movies. This feels blasphemous. You sound like my dad. My dad's review of that movie was like, there's too much reading. You had to read subtitles because they don't all speak English.
Well, they suck you in with like, what's his name? Christoph Waltz being a fantastic actor. And it's like, oh man, I hope this movie has a tremendous amount of this guy. And then it's like, no, fuck you, actually. We're going to watch this lady. We're going to watch so much of this lady. We're going to spend fucking 55 minutes of this lady. A little subplot that no one cares about.
Yeah, I only care about the bastards. We never get to see them like really do their thing and like have a planned, like they should have taken down like a Nazi train, or they should have done something like a whole mission. But that's replaced by the Shoshana subplot or plot. It's not even subplot.
The Nazi movie that delivers is Saving Private Ryan. That movie was good.
And I don't hate the Nazis though in that movie. They're like the bad guys. But
Saving Private Ryan is an awesome movie.
Yeah.
I didn't say it wasn't.
But he wanted the Nazi killing to be more personal.
Yes.
But it feels more like war. It's not like cutting the heart out like you're an Aztec. It's like they're in a battle. They're popping guys.
I'm not
they're
trying
moving
to give
forward.
Grandpa PTSD every time I watch a movie, okay? It doesn't need to be realistic. Like and gritty. Like this is like again.
What about when Vin Diesel dies?
Heart out. I don't watch. All right, when Vin Diesel dies, I'm trying to
put a smile on your face, right? You're like, all right, the acting just got a little better.
Letters for my pops. It's got blood on it. It's got blood on it.
I didn't like it. Vin Diesel died like a pussy. I like the sniper dude when he died.
Something Novak.
In the bell tower, he was up top, and
he's like saying his prayers while
he was like MVP. You know, just taking out all the VIP on the other side.
Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. And he's left-handed, so he's reaching over and cycling it like a right-handed rifle, left-handed.
Oh, you know what's a good fucking war movie? Is Fury.
I liked Fury, and I like knowing that Shia LaBeouf was stinky, because as much as the other people didn't like that in that movie, that probably was important. Like it's pretty rough in this tank because my co-star, hasn't showered since Even Stevens, and he's
such a method actor, which is an excuse for actors to be assholes, that he didn't shower and converted to Christianity.
He had a tooth removed and he cut his face with a knife.
That's
I guess so. It would have been infuriating because if anybody's ever been in one of them tanks, it's incredibly close quarters. We're breathing the same air. You can taste the other guy's breath. We're right here sharing the same fucking. It's like being under the covers together.
Airplanes are like that.
It can be. Yeah, but you can open the window in the airplane. Sometimes you're buttoned up in that tank.
You can open the window in an airplane.
Well, not in like a commercial airliner, but if you're in like a
frowned
Cessna or something,
upon.
He's like, you punch hard enough.
Dude, the doors open right up. They have to make them that way.
They tell you not to open your window, but
doors, the whole thing falls apart. So try.
Look, I'm smoking. I need it open.
That it's not as old. It's a little bit of a newer war movie, but 1917, that World War I movie. I thought that was sick.
Is that the one that's one continuous shot for an hour and a half?
Yeah.
There was a lot of long continuous shots, but they really hammered home how awful being in World War I must have been. Yeah. Like some guy blows a whistle and it's like, all right, charge, I guess. It's like they're shooting at us now before we even go up. Like
I hear the whistle, but I'm not charging until Taylor charges.
Can we wait till the smoke bellows up a bit?
Oh, I would have been like, these damnable boots coming untied.
They'd shoot you for cowardice. You didn't go over the wall.
I would have forced the shit out and be like, ooh, right, what have we done?
Tummy hurty.
Right,
you think you're the only one shitting yourself right now?
That's what you get for eating everyone's rations.
The first time I watched it, it had just dropped on Netflix, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be great." I just bought brand new home theater speakers, and so I heard the sound of that movie was awesome. So I was like, "I'm gonna get a little buzz going and watch this movie. Why I picked a World War I movie about the horrors of war. Crank that shit full volume. Fast forward to 20 minutes later when he like slips and like puts his arm into a rotting corpse, and I'm just like, man, war sucks, dude.
You're like sad. You're like, to imagine 15 minutes ago, I was like annoyed because I don't have enough of my favorite kind of soda to drink while I'm stoned right now.
These Cheez-Its are making my mouth dry.
As dark as 17 was, and definitely shows off the horrors of World War I. All Quiet on the Western Front, which is told from the point of view of the German, of the really young German guys. They're like 16, 17 or something. They're all so happy when they're getting their uniforms and helmets, and the guy notices that like somebody else's name tag is in this shirt. I think these are bullet holes that have been sewn up on this one. And they're like, don't worry about that. And just off to war to be men. And then like quickly they realize it's hell on earth. By the end of that movie though, and I don't think you're supposed to, I have already given up on the characters of the movie. I hate them because they're Germans and they're bad and they're stupid. When the French come over the hill and the French have the first tanks, it's like, these guys have never seen a tank before, and here come tanks. Not only that, here come Frenchmen with flamethrowers. I'm cheering. I'm cheering for the French because this is French land we're on right now. So when they start burning the like heroes of the movie alive and crushing their guts out, I have already switched teams in this movie, and I'm cheering. I'm glad that they're all getting what they deserve.
That 16-year-old that was conscripted, that got lied and forced into a war. You're like, yeah,
they knew what they were getting into.
They did.
That's the whole point of the movie.
Not knowing. They're like, I know. You guys notice none of the adults are coming back, and now they need a lot.
No, it's because it's safe for us now. That's what this is.
It's safe for. They're giving us a little chance to, iron sharpens iron. Yeah, that would be so horrible. You're in a trench, and then some sacre bleu, some dude flames you to death.
Getting killed by a French guy. Is there a scarier way to die?
Yeah, getting fucked by a French guy.
A flamethrower is like a horrific way to die. I think on Iwo Jima the mortality rate for flamethrower guys was 93%.
Matter of opinion.
93% of the flamethrower guys on Iwo Jima died.
Yeah, the dude in Saving Private Ryan gets fucked up.
Don Graves, rest in peace, was a flamethrower on Iwo Jima that the Unsubscribed podcast had on. So I met him and talked to him, and he was a little dude. He's an old man now, but back in the day, I think he was like 5'6" or something, weighed like 110 pounds, soaking wet.
Small target.
Well, those canisters, they basically, in flamethrowers, because the death rate was so high, it was like if your commanding officer hated you, then they were like, here, put this on, retard. Go have fun. And so he had like this 80-pound canister of gas. And that dude, like I said, he passed away very recently. He was like 101 years old. But he was nostalgic for cooking. They actually had to censor a part of the episode because he called them Japs. And apparently that's a slur, even though I would argue it's an abbreviation of Japanese.
I could think of 15 more offensive ways.
Yeah. I was like, N, G, Z. But yeah, he's talking about cooking them, and he's like, yeah, we'd go up, we'd charge up that hill, and you just let loose, and you hear them screaming, and that was that.
I'd say I was going. What I said back then was tempura mode. I fry their ashes. You think, they probably like lied to him about how safe it was, where it's like, oh, I guess I could wear this, Lieutenant, but what happens if a bullet goes in there? And he's like, oh, sir, that's as safe as throwing a propane can in a trash compactor.
It will suddenly not become your problem.
It's hot out. That's why there's gas.
Well, he said apparently they creak and moan from the pressure changes. They like creak and moan. So you've got this canister of explosive liquids on your back. And then like when you pull the trigger, which again, it's spewing liquid flame out the front. So it's boiling fucking hot. And you're on a tropical island. And then he's like, yeah, you could hear it like shrinking and growing. He's like, yeah, this might be it for me.
Oh, I would want to be a radio guy so that at any time I could be like, they'd be like,
The gang.
Sergeant, where's the reinforcements coming? And I'd be like, I've got no reception here. But I know I'm
not picking up.
Do you know where I get great reception is the mess hall.
Here, clear as a bell in there.
Clear as a bell. I'm gonna pop back. I swear, I am not leaving again. Like, we never saw you again at Bastogne. You left when it started snowing.
Oh, I was imagining you on the beach, just hopping in the landing craft and making a U-turn. Yeah, the flamethrower guy would be the worst job. It has to be the worst job because if the Japanese see you coming, they know what that thing is. They know what it is and what it'll do. I would take a lot of risks at getting shot. I would expose my body just to shoot that guy if I saw him coming my way. If we're in a bunker and they're shooting back, I'm not going to pop my head up too much to take a shot at a guy. But if we see a guy with a flamethrower creeping up the hill, all right, we got to get that guy. We got it. All right, come on, everybody, get that guy.
If he's near other guys, it seems like you could get a collat.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You shoot the flamethrower off his back, kaboom. Maybe.
So you remember that Urukai? Where they're like, bring it down! Just running with the flame. That's exactly what the situation would be, because it's like, all right, I have to keep my head popped up, because if not, we're going to die the most horrific death imaginable in about 40 seconds. Yeah. Like, we've got to kill this guy, or this little pillbox is going to fry us.
It would have. I don't want to get burned alive. Flamethrowers are so fucking scary. They're probably the scariest weapon of war. I know gas is awful, and I hear those stories about World War I stories with the gas. The drone is scary and sort of a foreboding kind of way that's weird. You could maybe hear it. Maybe it could kill the guy next to you and leave you unscathed. But at least you're mostly dead in the next. I think the explosion is going to shock you so bad you're not going to feel a lot and you're going to expire. Whereas that flamethrower dude.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of footage of guys writhing in pain, missing limbs.
I have too. I feel you. But I would rather get droned than flamethrowered, though. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Depends how fast you die.
No, I'd
ask you about my other options.
Old age, getting sucked off in a bed as I die.
Taking too much Cialis so your heart explodes while fucking.
Ooh,
that can't happen. That's made up.
That's not true.
Yeah, I whenever we'd fuck around with flamethrowers, I was always a little scared. It's like, man, normally if something goes bad, we lose a finger, but if this goes bad, like this is gruesome. I really don't want to burn alive. I've been burned a couple times, 3rd-degree burns on my hands and stuff, and it's just the worst pain. It's the worst pain I've ever felt. Woody always talks about how his bone breaks weren't all that painful. Mine really hurt. Although I was a kid, so maybe I was more of a pussy then. But
bone breaks?
Yeah. Yeah, when I broke my ankle, it really hurt. It was painful. But when I burnt my hand, it was days of pain, and it didn't seem to go away. And if I took my hand out of the ice water, when the pain came back, it was twice as strong as it normally was. This every time my heart would beat, I would get this just intense, just pain. It was just, I don't know how you live with that. And it was just on my hand. It was just the back of my hand. So being soaked in that and being all burnt up in the flamethrower, don't put me out. Shoot me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think burning's bad. But breaking bones, I maintain, doesn't hurt that much. At least not that day. The recovery is a pain in the ass, and the PT sucks if you did much soft tissue stuff. But broken bones, they're not that. That doesn't hurt.
Shot in the head has to be the best way to go in a war setting, by far. Especially a pot shot when you're still you're the first guy to go down in the battle, so you don't even have the opportunity to be scared yet. You're just there 1 second and then you're gone.
I disagree. I could get scared even before the battle starts.
I would be scared. I'd be I peed my pants and I shit myself because I couldn't get out of my foxhole. And it's we've been fighting for 4 minutes. It's I knew something smelled showing up at the battlefield.
I'd be scared on that boat. The beginning of Saving Private Ryan, when they're all on those transport boats, the amphibious ones, you just know what's coming. And before that scene, I never even envisioned that they'd shoot into the boat as the door dropped. I was like, wait, you can do that? There should be rules against this. That you should allow them to take the beach first.
Yeah, they're like, hey, guys, we both agreed to no gas warfare, but everything else is on the fucking table. We're going to shoot at your boats.
throw a flag, call unsportsmanlike on the Nazis.
Oh, dude, if you're one of those Nazis holding that gun right at the opening of that boat and it opens, you're seeing like a Guitar Hero style point meter going up.
I saw an interview with a German soldier. I don't know if it was, I think it was World War II, but he was a machine gunner. And so they had the MG42, Hitler's buzzsaw, and it was like top of the line at the time. Which there's a second story related to that, but he literally got PTSD from how many people he was killing. He's like, you just squeeze the trigger and they just die. He's like, I have no idea. He's like, I've killed hundreds of men. I have no idea. And then
I'm sorry, there's more.
Oh, I was just gonna say that the training footage. There's like archival training footage for American soldiers who are going off to war, and they're like, this is the MG42, nicknamed Hitler's buzzsaw. Or no, it's the MP40. And they're like, don't worry about it. It shoots slower and the bullets are stupid and lame and they're not as cool as our guns.
A lot of your fellow veterans are going to claim they're actually pretty fucking scary. Don't believe them. They're secret commies.
They're just hazing rookies. We do this monthly hangout with Patreon members, and is it 293? There's a drone operator with 293 kills. Does that sound right?
Right? Yeah.
292. There was a kid. There was also a kid. But I count the kid.
Yeah,
he didn't want to count the kid.
Anyway, he seemed well adjusted based on the call. Like it was just like he was a, I don't know, former accountant or something. Like it didn't really weigh heavy as far as we could tell. But
American dude.
Yeah, American guy, drone operator.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, I was a little
worried. Obama and Trump.
He only killed bad guys.
Exactly.
That kid probably hated us.
It's a big number. That's all. We
were talking about how big the number was a week or two ago, and I was like, man, does anybody ever? But then I remembered there are executioners. And so executioners, especially back in olden times, would have hundreds and hundreds of kills. And just a moment ago, I Googled, I was like, who's the most prolific executioner? It's this guy, Daniel Aronson. The dubious title of most prolific executioner in history belongs to this man. The article was by Daniel Aronson. Belongs to this man, Vasily Blokhin. He served as Stalin's chief executioner, and he personally shot to death tens of thousands of prisoners. During the Katyn massacre, he shot and killed 7,000 people within 28 days. That means he killed 250 people every day for a month.
Jeez, he had to like wake up early.
Yeah, how long is a work day?
That's what I wonder. I'm doing the math right now.
His trigger finger is probably like blistered.
He's switching fingers. He's going lefty sometimes.
And look at this picture. You know this was his idea. Between like 178 and 179 on a Tuesday, he's like, you know what? I don't want to forget this. Get a cool picture of me pointing this at you, or you know what I'll do, right? I'll pop you one. Damn.
Like I just imagine him like 1, 2, 3, like he's at 500 for the day or whatever, and like somebody goes to bring him a fucking glass of water, and he's just in that mode. He's bang! Oh no! Fuck! I should 783.
Just push him in the pit.
What
Stalin won't be that mad. Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
That sucks. They did kill a lot.
I doubt he was well adjusted. There's no way that guy could have a normal conversation with you after all that.
Guarantee that guy loved his job. That guy was a fucking psycho. He woke up every day bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and he was like standing next to the prisoners at like 5:10 a.m., like almost jumping, because by that point he'd been told repeatedly, don't kill anyone until 6. We're trying to sleep.
He's like a dog. He like nudges you awake in bed in the morning. He's like, come on, can we start killing?
He's putting his earplugs in.
Stalin, what? Can I shoot him? Just that level of shit. Yeah, what a ghoul.
Christ. Yeah, I wouldn't want that job. Even our boy in the Discord with the drone operating thing. That sounds kind of cool at first, but it's also like I'm glad I didn't do that. I wouldn't want that on my conscience. Like,
no sane person would.
Because you know that like most of them were bad guys. He was literally fighting ISIS but he said that weddings and funerals were their best hunting grounds.
Funerals, huh?
He's like all the baddies show up for a funeral.
But I'm sure a lot of other people show up at funerals too, though, right? They don't have separate ones where it's like, all right, this is my work.
They have a henchman funeral.
This is my henchman funeral, and then the friends and family one. Yeah,
I'm sure he was careful not to hit any of the family members while he was blowing up the henchman. That's the American way.
Mm-hmm.
He probably used one of those. We asked him if he'd ever used the missile that has the samurai swords on it, but he never got to use that. He was kind of bummed.
Damn, that does seem harder to use.
Oh, he did say he direct impacted a guy with a missile that was a dud, though. And it just there was 3 guys standing there. I hope I'm getting the story right. And he hit the guy with a missile, direct impacted his head off his body. And the other guys were just like, what the fuck? And ran away. Like it should have exploded on impact and killed them all.
I hope they thought he meant to do that.
Just sending a message.
Mark really pissed off some powerful people. I don't know what.
They throw rocks from outer space at us.
Might as well be. Yeah. He said those missiles were 4 or 5 feet long and weighed 50, 75 pounds or something like that, roughly. I don't really remember exactly. But that seemed important to me. If you're going to direct impact somebody with a missile, I want to know how big the fucking thing was.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Somebody didn't pay their fucking taxes that weekend. That's why that missile didn't detonate.
Oh yeah, someone was shorting it. We all have to pay our due, guys. Otherwise, the dronesmen can't have a fun day at work. Taking care of their business. Yeah,
I didn't donate to the Ukrainian drone program, but I did donate to some kind of a pet program they had over there, trying to get the dogs out of the shelters that were getting blown up early on. They might as well played that Sarah McLachlan music. They had me hook, line, and sinker.
That is an active war zone. People are trying to get out, and you're donating to dogs.
Well, when you said the pet program, I was thinking the opposite. I thought you were sending these guys frontline combatants. Here's a lab retriever.
For last time, stop sending tickets. They are not
his name's Max. He's a
he can be a little rowdy.
He's got a fucking Pomeranian strapped to his chest on the front lines. Yeah. No, not that. But they were they were blowing up the fucking pet shelter or something, and they were trying to get the pets out of harm's way. This is early in the war when it was real touch and go. You didn't know if Ukraine was going to fall any moment. And I don't know. I felt so bad. Those are the charities that always get me. It's the pet charities. People are shitty, but I've never met an actual mean dog.
Yes, you have.
You've sent me videos of
you
mean
were at
dogs.
my house.
Yeah, all right. To be fair, I've met 2 or 3 mean dogs in my entire life, but most people are shitty. You know what I mean? Maybe that lady whose apartment building got droned was a bitch. For all I know. But that dog don't deserve that. He's trying to make a living.
What you don't know why he's locked up in the pound? Maybe he bit a kid's face.
Russian kid.
I thought you donated to the Russian dogs.
No, of course not. Fuck those Russian dogs.
You don't discriminate when it comes to pups. You donated to both sides.
It's funny. I wouldn't discriminate. I would donate to the Russian pets if that were a charity too, because I'm completely opposite with the people. If I see that a drone killing video is a Ukrainian dying, I'm like, oh, how dare you put that on the internet? You bastards. But then the next clip is this Russian man tried to hide in an old well. Watch while we blow him out of it like a cannon with an anti-tank mine.
I do the exact same thing. It's the cognitive dissonance. I'm like, oh, they're the bad guys.
Yeah. You may think he's not a combatant, quote unquote, because he's wearing sunglasses and a tracksuit. But that's his deep cover. Yeah,
I don't mind watching when the Russians blow up, but I hate to see the poor Ukrainians get blown up. I don't know what's going on with that war. Trump has been so wishy-washy, and then his biggest move so far has been when that Russian representative was rude to him. He sent fucking nuclear submarines. Well, what was it last week? I don't even remember what the Russian guy said. Something like, Mr. Trump should know that not only Mossad has access to his amoral. Oh, was it?
Yeah,
the fake news.
The allusion to them having basically the Epstein tapes or something that was false.
With the Russians.
Yeah, there was a tweet that went around that implied that the Russians had video of Trump on Epstein Island or something like that. It didn't all those words, but that's what I got from it. But it wasn't a real thing that any Russian said.
Yeah, and it was. They were making it seem as if it were from that propaganda piece they have. I don't know. He's an older guy. He looks like he's 65. He's got a long, leathery face, and he's like extra mean. It's like when Putin can't say something that's super harsh, he's the guy that wheel out to be like, oh, we could just nuke San Francisco. Like he's that guy who comes out and says crazy shit.
Yeah, the Russians did say something that hurt Trump's feelings. I forget what it was, but it wasn't an Epstein thing.
He called it a threat, but I don't remember specifically what it was. That was before he went up on the roof, though.
Well, how else is he going to plan out his fucking tennis court?
Right?
Exactly.
I enjoy the Trump show. I got to say, every week it's something new. It's something crazy. He received another medal/award this week from Apple. Apple showed up, and I love how cheesy and tacky it was. I think Tim Cook himself presents Trump with this thing, and the base of it, he's like, and the base, 24 karat gold. He puts it on Trump's desk, and then he's like, and we got this crystal Apple placard here, and he like puts it in there, and he's just basically put a big Apple logo on the president's desk, and he says, there you go.
Is that what it looked like? A disc, like a circle with like a donut almost, a circle with a hole in the middle,
and lasered into it is like the apple.
Oh, okay.
Or at least unless my brain like created it, like let's see. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the hole in the middle. I didn't get it from the angle I saw.
I just
that wouldn't be staying on the desk if I was president. That that doesn't make the cut of a presidential desk. That's not good.
No, I want my gold medals from the '84 Olympics, and I want my my birthday cards from various dictators and despots, and then I want the Constitution of the United States in that order, like on my desk. I think.
You know how he talked about having a Diet Coke button?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would look like a professional pianist with how many buttons I had installed on my desk, where it'd be like oysters on the half shell, fucking ribs, crab legs.
Just get to work in the morning.
He just has the worst president ever. He doesn't do anything. They call him the perfect centrist. He's never achieved anything. He sits in there and eats all day.
Sir, our seafood budget is off the charts this term.
Yeah, but look how much we're saving by not taking care of homeless people.
First order of business. Easily. That fucking crab quota thing needs to go back to the old way. TV was so much better.
And other stuff too. It would be like I could hit a button, and then like all my Secret Service guys would show up in like paintball attire, and then we would all paintball, or like events, or like I'd hit a button and like my favorite NHL players would come by and we could play ice hockey. And because I'm the fucking president and I would be doing it Putin style, they would have to let me, like Bobrovsky would have to let me score on him.
And now we all know what it would be like if we had a fifth grader as president.
Yeah. Oh man, I'd be a sick president. Don't know. And I'm like Biden and Trump. I don't know any of the world leaders' names. I'm like the main guy of China, and I had a great conversation. Thick accent, this guy.
Yeah, they're like, "Sir, please stop calling him China Man."
Did a lot of nodding and smiling.
Taylor, you just see him like recalling how it went using accents and shit.
Yeah. He was like, "Oh, why you serve to me boiled dog while you eat chicken?" And I said, I'm trying to be fucking sensitive here. And the African leader was like, why did you serve me nothing? When I thought, you gave me a dirt cookie.
Little taste of home.
Making enemies everywhere.
My greatest source of entertainment lately has been, I found this Instagram page. It got recommended to me for some fucking reason, but it's a legitimate BBC news page. Well, there's this language in Central Africa. It's Pidgin English, Pidgin English. And so it's basically broken English, the language. And so I immediately, please look this up, BBC News Pidgin. it's all of the articles you would be getting if you were subscribed to BBC, but written in broken English. Taylor, would you like to read some of the articles to us? You giggled.
Yeah, let me. I looked it up. Let's see who some of these are. The helicopter crash against tree before catch fire inside forest. Eyewitness for crash site talk how he happened. In other news, Ghana Defense Minister, Environment Minister, plus the 6 others waiting for helicopter crash. You open this because it's
He's not being racist. It's literally how it's written.
It says, instead of saying 6 others, it says the 6 others. ODAS.
It says woman dim jail wrongfully for 20 years gets 1.3 million compensation. Lawyer react.
Here's the headline.
Dim jail.
Clearly, the word they're going for is letting, and it's spelled WETIN. U.S. government wetting foreign students go do tem dem deluse via visa and future eligibility. What the fuck is this?
Countries is KONTRIS. Trump summon Nigeria, Ghana, and others fresh tariffs. Full list of countries.
Wow.
Wow, this is. Did I make this site? Like this is fucking
offensive.
insane.
No, it's real.
This is who be Ozzy Osbourne? Rock legend, way die? Malcolm Jamal Warner, the Cosby Show star, die at the age of 54. Oh, that one got mostly
It's
correct.
like I don't know, but it's in like a caveman like script. This is bizarre. This is a real language. How did this happen?
Spell these things the same way every time? That's what I wonder. Is it
seems
sometimes
like
wetting, sometimes letting?
Whatever you feel in your heart.
People, PIPO instead of people.
Yeah, they got why the demand for matcha tea day dry up global supply. Why demand DI, and that seems to be consistent. And they is day. They dry up
DEY.
Yeah, DEY.
Day.
This one's
day and dim.
It's hard to this would be like a scavenger hunt, find a normal headline on Pigeon English. Damn.
I saw
this is add to bookmarks.
I saw the doors of ICE were open just a little bit wider this week. In case you don't know, that last week they raised the age limit for ICE applicants into the 50s, I think, like something like that. And then this week they lowered the age limit for entering ICE to 18. So you can join ICE. You're like 18 to 55 or something like that. No degree required. And I think there's like some brief training thing, like one of those law enforcement training programs. Then they give you a gun and send you to the front lines of immigration control and enforcement. And apparently it's $100,000 a year plus a $50,000 signing bonus.
Jeez,
why aren't y'all in ICE? Why not? Just for the look. If I weren't a felon, I'd join for the lulz, so I could come back here and tell the stories of the day. Like, you won't believe it. We really are just grabbing the brown people. We didn't have any idea who'd be in that building. We just went.
You just see who's running.
If they run, we chase.
Oh, is running a part of it?
They're calling me red leader.
Whoa.
We'll get you a Segway, Taylor.
We've got Segways now.
I'm the Segway ice guy. It's like everyone's wondering who this guy. I have my mask off. It's too hot.
I can't breathe.
I can't breathe in this fucking thing. Yeah, that'd be sick. Maybe I'll join. Maybe I'll join ICE. But we checked, and like that big money thing, that was for like administrative people. Like I think that we found like the low level people are like 50 or 60, right? Which is still not bad if you're just popping in.
I don't think so. I think for the agents, it's starting at $100,000 a year and $50,000 signing bonus. That's my understanding.
You sure? We looked at the job listing.
But those are higher paying than $100,000 a year. That like if you were going to be administrator, you were making like, I don't know, $1.75 or something. I thought maybe I'm wrong, but we've talked before about like, you know, if you're 18-year-old not going to go to college guy, what's the career path? Like, what's the recommendation? And traditionally, I've recommended heating and air.
I was going to say HVAC or scooping up Mexicans.
Yeah, I've recommended HVAC because if you've ever been without it, you know how badly you need it and that you would pay a premium to get it. And if you work your way up, you go to trade school and then you get on somebody else's crew and then get your own truck, and then one truck becomes 2, becomes 4. Then you make friends at the tech school so that you can go back to your former instructors and be like, hey, anybody coming through that's promising, that's like got their shit together, doesn't have a drug problem, like would be a good student for me to like hop on my crew. And all of a sudden you got a little business that works for the rest of your life, and then you don't have to work it when you're 60. You can retire eventually and pass it on. That's always seemed like a great path. Right now, ICE, baby. ICE. All right? They're giving it that's going to be great. It's going to be like a government job. You probably end up with some sort of clearance or something like that. It could lead to other things. You could do more stuff in law enforcement, or it could look good on any resume, like that you worked for 2 or 3 years for the immigration control. Maybe rise up through the ranks. That's a lot of money to just be giving. I don't think you're working hard, and the work looks fun.
I think you sit around a lot. There's a ton of
love that.
It's core competency of mine.
Yeah, if it's a lot of sitting, maybe I'll apply.
They need some vloggers in the ICE squads. Like if I could watch live streams of like some of all right, guys, we're about to head on into this Chinese restaurant. We're gonna flush him out the back, and B team's gonna scoop him up. I'd watch that live stream. We get that on Kick. I'd donate to that.
Be like, Woody, can you speak Spanish? I mean, this is my Mexican accent.
Holy shit, we just found our translator, boys.
Quesadilla, por favor.
Woody, up front. You're preaching.
I would like for you to please supply to me your paper. And they're like, gay? And I'm like, he's being obstinate. He called me gay and he's being
obstinate. What'd you call me? Woody got his
I won't be fooled by that driver's license. Give me that Oreo set.
Look, it seems like they have scooped up a few people they shouldn't have, but I haven't heard about any like full-blooded American citizens that got scooped up and went like too far down the immigration river. You know,
their numbers aren't even that good. There probably is a tremendous amount of sitting around.
Their numbers aren't really that good, but I think maybe they're like, I don't know why. I don't know why their numbers are so bad. I don't know why Obama did better with fewer, like in a less target-rich environment.
Cheaper and better.
Did they change back the deportation? Like, are they going by the deportation rules that were like changed under Obama, or did Trump switch it back? Because if they're operating under the same
changed its system so that his numbers would be worse.
Yeah,
right? I can't imagine Trump doing that.
I don't think that's the case either.
This guy just fired the Bureau of Labor statistician, right? Because he didn't like the job numbers, so he just fired he killed the messenger.
Oh, they did that. They do that shit that they've been doing for literally years now, where they put numbers out and they go, "Oh, it's this many jobs," and then they like sneak revise, and they're like, "Now that hit the news cycles." It was actually way less than that.
No, he didn't like your numbers, so he fired her. And
now
he'll hire someone who will give numbers that won't get them fired.
He's so fucking aggravating.
And it sends a message to everyone else, like the Congressional Budget Office, the people that calculate the GDP, like liar get fired.
Yeah, that's like a presidential trait, though. I don't know that it's necessarily what.
Tell me the other presidents that fired the Bureau of Labor Management statisticians.
I don't know.
You don't, because it's zero, right? Like Trump is uniquely corrupt in this way and firing people.
I mean, they all do corrupt shit. Like Obama did change the definition of deportation because people were giving him guff about it, and then people lauded how successful he was because he was counting people who they turned away at the border, or even some people who weren't even immediately turned away. The only rationale I could see for him, like Obama's looking better, is that there would have to be, and I think there actually is, a dramatic reduction in people attempting to cross.
It's way down.
But yeah, and so that would make sense because obviously, like you're saying, Woody, Trump's not going to change the numbers to give him, he's a narcissist. He's not going to change any number that makes him look less successful than Obama. But the numbers of actual deportations, not like the funny money horse shit, hey, we caught you, turn around. They're not good.
You know what's funny about Trump? I think that up until this presidency, up until like the last, we'll call it 2 years, he was never worth nearly as much money as he is now. I think that during his heyday in the 90s and the early 2000s, his book dealings and stuff, I doubt he was ever worth, like, if he sold everything, if he liquidated, I bet he was never worth $2 billion. Maybe not $1 billion. I really don't think so. He's really just sort of skated on the Trump brand and the idea of Trump. He doesn't own most of those properties. He licenses his name to them. You know, like that's not his golf course. It's Trump Golf Course. You know, they're paying him a fee. I don't know what that fee is, but it's not billions and tens of billions of dollars. It's not the like crazy wealth that he poses as. But now with this crypto thing and with who knows his what sort of like company, funny
Truth Social.
Yeah, and who knows what he's. I heard an anecdote about him doing this real estate thing where he bought a house for $40 million and then sold it for $96 million to a Russian oligarch a year later. You know, someone who was close.
That was the one he outbid Epstein on.
It was the one he outbid Jeffrey Epstein on.
Close friend Jeffrey Epstein.
Close friend Jeffrey Epstein and
birthday pal.
But even that $40 million in the context of today, Trump, like Truth Social. I don't know recently, but like Truth Social was worth billions of dollars and it got fewer views than my YouTube channel. Right. That's just corruption, right? That's just people investing in his future power. And maybe it's more popular today.
The crypto thing. The crypto
thing is next level. That's basically just
is a cryptocurrency
slush fund.
Yeah, he just gave out like his PayPal address and people dump money into it. Is kind of the equivalent of Trump's crypto coin. And then he holds like events and he pardoned people who bought his crypto coin. Like he sells pardons now for hundreds of millions. This guy's name was Sung, I think, Sung, something like that. And this is a wild corruption that's not every president's corrupt. No, this is something different.
I don't know. Bush started illegal multi-trillion-dollar wars for decades, and so I do think that's more corrupt.
Yeah, he didn't mean it.
He didn't mean it, and he was just gee willikers kind of guy.
I strongly believe that was Dick Cheney and Halliburton that were pulling the big strings on making that war as big and expensive as possible. I still don't. I lived through those wars, and I still don't understand what happened. I don't know why we never just went, we got them, and left.
We did, and then we stayed. We said we got them, and then they stayed.
I don't know why we didn't leave so that they could stop hitting us. Like once you win the football game, you don't hang around and let them keep shooting free throws. Get the fuck out of here. The score's posted. Let's go now.
Once I win a football game, I never allow them to shoot free throws. That's a good point.
Kick field goals, whatever. Like fucking launching mortars at us from the mountains while we dick around in this base. Like, what are we doing? Let's get out of here.
We're nation building, Kyle. That's what the real money is.
It's gonna work this time.
We got to outsource that nation building. It's fine if we're financing it and our corporations are profiting from it. But good God, get somebody else on the ground.
I'm not happy with financing it either.
Yeah, we shouldn't be financing any of these wars. Damn, Trump coin not doing good. Should we buy the bottom?
A dip.
Just a dip.
Buy the dip? Yeah, who knows? It was at $45 and I guess on 119.25 and now it's at $9. $9.27.
He owns a substantial amount of the coin. Yeah, it's a staggering amount of wealth that he has acquired just through his presidency. I mean, the $1 billion plane they gave him, right? like
whatever happened with that?
They're trying it for him now.
We're remodeling it.
They took Pentagon budget and devoted it to Trump's personal plane that he's keeping after the presidency.
Yep.
It was $400 million free plane, and now they're going to spend close to $1 billion upgrading it, and then Trump keeps it.
That's crazy. I still don't think he'll end up keeping it. I think they'll upgrade it and then keep it because it's going to have all that state shit on it.
From his hands, will they take his $1 billion plane that the Middle Easterners gave him?
And he's not the president anymore. He can't do shit. They go, this isn't yours, dude.
I think it's on writing. I think that it's like that's
they gave it to his library.
They donated it to his library.
Like, we're gonna leave it as library till he's done being president. Isn't he like 180 years old?
Ridiculous.
I think on paper he's basically it would be like if he wanted to use his personal like limo one day, and he was like, all right, but up armor it, and technically I guess my limo now belongs to the Department of Defense, so it's all correct on paperwork. But obviously after I leave the presidency, I get my car back, right? Yeah, of course. What is it? $200,000 for your car? No big deal. But he's doing it on a grand scale with a gigantic luxury airplane.
Dude, if he's able to keep that plane, that's fucking retarded.
He's keeping that plane.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's the deal. That's why everyone was upset.
Yeah, they should be. That's ridiculous. He has been enriching himself. The crypto thing is the most over-the-line money grab horse shit of all of it. Like, obviously, $200 million.
Good on him. Look. The winner of winners. He is King Solomon. Made carnate. It's... I mean,
King Solomon was like good.
Oh, I meant Midas. He's King Midas. Made. Yeah, King. Well, I don't know. Solomon cut that baby in half.
He wouldn't have done it. He would
like rip the plane in half.
Cut the girl in half. I get the bottom half. You get the top, Jeffrey.
I feel like we should be praising all the presidents who didn't give in to the temptation to sell pardons.
Jimmy Carter,
not the one who did.
Jimmy Carter couldn't handle Iran, but man, he sold that peanut farm to make things right and on the up and up.
It was probably not even a good fucking peanut farm.
How dare you? How dare you?
What
he was shitting on the Missouri president earlier, and so I got to shoot back.
I didn't shit on him. I said he's my favorite president because he's retarded.
No, Kyle made fun of him.
Oh,
for being a brilliant, round-faced Missouri man.
Look, there's only been one president from Georgia, and it was Jimmy Carter, and he had a peanut farm, and he ruined our relationship with Iran, and that's about all I know. The whole hostage situation. I know it was a one-term fucking bad president that nobody in my family ever had a nice thing to say about. But he did sell his goddamn peanut farm because it was the right thing to do.
My great grandpa, I had to do like an interview of like whoever my oldest family member was when I was in, I don't know, second grade or something, and it happened to be my great grandpa, who at the time was
checks out
almost 90. That does check out, and I had to like ask him about a president, and I was like, oh, he was around for Truman, and Truman was from Missouri, and so I'll ask him about that. And like, I don't remember the rationale, but he despised Truman. He thought he was a fucking loser. He hated him. He's like, I just wish. He's from Missouri, but I'd rather have no representation in the White House than that fucking loser. Like, I don't remember any of the reasons, but he just.
That's how my father feels about Carter. He absolutely hates Carter. I don't know if it was because the economy did poorly under Carter, or if it was the Iran thing, or maybe both, but he has not forgiven Carter from the 70s.
That's so long ago.
Was that the gas shortage too?
Yeah. It was, during the Carter administration. Yeah. The Iran hostage situation,
which he spent his entire presidency correcting, and then the day that they released the hostages was the day that Reagan took office, so he took all the credit. He was like, literally got off the plane as president, and he's like, I'm your new president, and they were like, the hostages have been freed, and he's like, yeah, I did that shit.
I would bet dollars to donuts, although that exchange rate's not so good anymore, that Reagan and his representation had gotten a hold of Iran and been like, hey, we'll work things out next week, right? All right, cool. like that's not a coincidence that the hostages came home. Trump did similar things.
Did sell them missiles.
What did Trump take credit for? That was mostly Biden. There was the last 6 months have been a fucking whirlwind of news stories, and
that's so they. I'm sorry to change topic a little bit, but they sent the House of Representatives home so they wouldn't be voting on releasing the Epstein files anymore. They just wanted to buy 6 weeks, and 2 weeks ago it was like, no way. 6 weeks from now we'll still definitely be talking about the Epstein files. Doesn't that feel like the third story of the day right now?
It's simmering, though. I don't think it's gone anywhere.
That's pretty.
Simmering's a good word. It's not gone, but it was hotter 2 weeks ago.
I see a lot of people online holding it, like being like, "Hey, fat ass, like you're supposed to be exposing this shit, and now you're like making nonsense up, like, oh, it's actually a Obama conspiracy," and it's like, no, it's not.
Obama wrote the Epstein files, as he said that.
Yeah, he wrote the whole thing. It's all, and it's like, no, dude, no, your base. A lot of people who aren't like sycophants are not cool with this, and they want it released. if he's on there and they have evidence that he was like actually doing shit with kids on that island, then he should probably be put in prison.
So now he's working to cover it up. Like that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a minimum security prison. Did I pronounce it wrong? You laughed.
Oh no, that was a funny way to Ghislaine.
It's Ghislaine.
I don't know what it is. I
Maxwell.
think it's Ghislaine.
Ghislaine.
I like your way.
I've heard it pronounced a lot of ways. I've heard it pronounced that way. I didn't mean to be mocking her, but I mean,
no, you can mock
The
the sex trafficker, Woody.
So anyway, they don't move sex traffickers to minimum prison. That's like never happened. They had to do a special like exception to send her to this cozy prison. And apparently it's even nicer than other minimum security prisons. It's like the best. She can't be around the dogs. They have like a dog training program, but they don't let sex offenders in the dog training program, which is awesome.
It's probably the best because there was some stuff.
Clear, it's not even a low, it's a camp. It's like what I did.
Okay. And they don't put sex offenders there. And she's already come out and said, I've never seen Trump do anything untoward, right? He's always been on the up and up and a good guy. And it's
Thank
like
God.
they are buying her lies. They're like offering her sweetheart deals in exchange for testimony. And the court documents they want to release are the ones where Trump's attorney general Barr from his first term was like looking into this shit. So it's like, they know what's in those depositions. It was the Trump people doing them. And they're like, we'll release Ghislaine's lies and Barr's targeted depositions that were meant to make Trump okay and pretend that Trump had nothing to do with any of this stuff.
Yeah. But I think that same group of people, like I would say all four of us who want this released so that everybody involved can be locked away for the rest of their lives. None of us are going to be swayed by Ghislaine Maxwell coming out and being like, number one, guys, I'm not a Mossad agent. And number two, Trump is like awesome and he's good at golf and he doesn't cheat at that either. And he's definitely didn't do anything on that island. Like,
I'm not
no
sure
one's going to
it
buy
come
that
out anymore. I hear there's a lot of fake stuff in there. And
we want it to come out because a foreign country has a huge amount of influence over us.
No,
because
there's fake stuff in there. People could get hurt. And you don't want that to come out. That's what I hear. I'm hearing that from top people.
From number one guy says they made it up. Well, I had heard like last week, it was like somebody, I think Trump's attorney. I don't know if it's personal attorney or where he falls in the line, but he met personally with Jizz Tits Maxwell and had a meeting with her. And then the way that they reported it was like everything that she said was understood to be the truth or something like that. It's like, oh, okay. So she said the shit that's going to get her out of fucking prison.
Yeah.
And she's going to get the pardon. And then she's going to be like, oh, no, Trump's actually cool and has a giant cock and he's never fucked a kid on that island.
Yep. Yeah.
That's what she'll say. She's already been like found guilty of perjury. Like
she's been found guilty of sex trafficking, hasn't she?
Yes.
Yes. That's why she's in prison.
In connection with all.
And she didn't just do the sex trafficking. Like I think a lot of people think that she was the administrator and the recruiter, but she fucked the kids too. Like she was in there tongue deep making it happen. And let's not forget that she wasn't just the recruiter.
Yeah.
What? No.
Yeah, she's gross and ghastly, and she's gonna be back walking the streets.
Zach, show me a picture of that gross, ghastly gal. Oh, it's terrible. Oh,
yeah, but guys, I distinctly remember an article in the well-respected Atlantic that said, owner is on the left, by the way, that says that this is totally made up and just a ridiculous conspiracy theory. You think someone like the owner of the Atlantic right there on the left, right next to her, hanging out by the pool, doesn't know her well enough to say that definitively?
Is that the owner of the Atlantic?
It's the owner of the Atlantic.
Ew, a woman owns a newspaper? Newspapers can't have women captains.
Look at that. She was looking at a list of like the new batch. That's why she's so excited.
I'm staring at a sexual predator's tits. This is weird.
Dude, that's flattering top. That is perfect. She knows how to pick a bathing suit.
That is so funny. Every time online, people are like, Ghislaine is a horrible person doing this to kids. She should be locked up forever. Someone will be like, big beefers. And then comment
lock her up at my place. Yeah, if I'm on the parole board, I'm just like, you want to do it again, right?
I hear you'll do anything to get out.
You got a pinky promise me.
You got any more like beach vacation locations you could recommend? Like that's a pretty attractive lady. No, I heard she's in a prison camp. I saw some pictures of it. It reminded me of my own sweet experience. I saw that there was like, sports tracks and recreation to be done there. So, and especially at a ladies' facility, you would imagine, she's just chilling, having a good time. That's much better than where she was, I think.
Yeah. Pillow
I don't know
talking about boys.
Boys, not men.
Yeah, exactly.
Famously not men.
The conversation keeps pivoting to men, and she has to try and move it back. Yeah, what a. I mean,
allegedly.
No, she's
of course alleged. Yeah, no, she's in jail.
She's in prison.
Yeah.
So is Mike Tyson. And
Hey.
we all know he was innocent.
But at least we know lots of powerful people are totally controlled by blackmail, and that we're not allowed to know who it is, so we can fix it, which is great. That bodes well for the future of a country. Anyway, lock and load, folks. It's the best supplement in the world. You guys know the spiel by now. Use code PKA, use code Jizz, get 10% off, and you will have in Derek's words, supraphysiological loads and better orgasms. You're going to enjoy it. Use it with your wife or your husband. We don't care. If you're gay, just a couple of consenting people having fun with our supplement. Use the code, though. Get the 10% off. And also remember, get your pre-workouts there. Get your energy drinks, your protein powders, your protein supplements and bars, dream supplements, weight loss supplements, every single kind of supplement that you could possibly imagine efficaciously dosed over there at GorillaMind.com. You're going to enjoy it. Derek does not make any low quality stuff. It's all very high quality, best in the industry. But start off with lock and load. Throw us a few. Help us out, boys. Again, code PKA, code Jizz.
You help us, we help you.
May I personally endorse lock and load?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, so I have experience with lock and load.
Sick.
I thought it was a meme. I thought you guys were joking. I thought they were fucking around. This is to you, the viewer. It's real. And it's silly. It's so silly. So I was talking to a good friend of mine, friend of the show. He's been on here before, Brandon Herrera.
Yep.
And I was like, hey, man, is lock and load a meme? Is that a bit? And he's like, no, it's real. He goes, they sent me some one time. Would you like some? I said, absolutely. So I was about to come home, see my lady friend. Came back, and it takes a little bit to kick in. It takes
a couple weeks,
a week, 2 weeks. Yeah. And so as soon as I got back, I started taking it so that she wouldn't notice. And then one day hit, and it was the day when the lock and load had taken hold, if you will. It was ridiculous. It was absurd. There was so much, to the point where she asked me if something was physically wrong with me. And I was like, no, this is cool. This is awesome. This rules. And so that was the case for a few weeks. And then I ran out. And I did confess to her. She was like, what's going on? I was like, I've been taking cum pills. And she said, that's fucking retarded. And then
no, boo, women don't
wait, it gets better. I ran out. Went back to normal, pithy, human-sized loads, if you will. And she's sitting there looking at one, and she goes, you know what? I kind of miss it.
See?
She's cool.
You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Exactly. A gallon of it, if you will.
Yeah.
Take your lock and load. Stay hydrated. 3 in the morning.
I've said it before. Like when mine delivered, Jackie thought that she had suddenly 10 times her technique. Like I really did great. Oh, look at this mess. I could fill a coffee cup with this thing. And it's like, yes, babe, you were great.
And one thing you guys have never stressed that I wasn't expecting was the distance as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So there was at one point where I was supine, laying on my back, and we're not trying for a child right now. And so she hopped off, if you will, and little Trout was pointed upwards, and I had to real quickly pull one of those, hit the headboard, punched a hole straight through it, clean through the drywall. Fully, wholeheartedly, full-throatedly endorsed lock and load.
What you don't know is that's how he did the demo at Brandon's house.
There's cum everywhere.
3 months of it now. So take Trout's wonderful endorsement and all the other endorsements of others who have tried it and say it works. It does. Check it out. You're going to enjoy it. And also our merchandise, code PKA10. Get a hoodie, get a t-shirt, get some stickers, get a mug, whatever you please over there. Just remember, save yourself the 10%. Use code PKA10 and buy a hoodie.
Don't lick the stickers. They're highly toxic.
That would be so funny if we had like George Costanza stickers. Actually, why would you like a sticker anyway?
Well, look, I don't want to.
That's going to make it worse.
I don't want to denigrate any of our listeners, but some folks tried to lick stickers. They didn't make it, Don't lick the stickers.
If you're licking stickers, you deserve whatever you're
plenty
getting.
sticky
They're
already.
You
Why
two
would you
aren't
lick
the
a
boss
sticker?
of me. I'll do what I want. My tongue will be fine soon.
Oh.
Look at Ghislaine's fucking titties over here. Like I googled Ghislaine
You're
Maxwell.
staring too long into the abyss.
Yeah, I'll look away. No, I had it on another menu. There.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you can see a little crotch in this one.
Wait, which one?
This.
Oh, the same one.
Yeah, it's beneath the blackmail letter in her hand.
I see. Yeah, she held up well. I'm more impressed by attractive women over like 35.
Sure.
Like, are you hot at 22? Big hecking deal. Lots
low
of people
effort.
are hot at 22.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a shiny new car. Yeah, you buy them that way.
Right. Exactly. You're hot post 35?
Ooh, someone
doing
took
something right.
care of this. I bet you rotate the tires, you store it indoors. My goodness, you keep a cover on this thing, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can tell if somebody takes care of an old car.
Yeah, it was like your old Tacoma, Woody.
Right. People will always be like, none of these panels are dent free. You like off-roading a lot, don't you?
Oh yeah, it was off-roading. I guess it did. I guess it wasn't a good-looking 35. Yeah.
So you broke every taillight and headlight. Okay.
Yeah, but I only drive.
This?
I only drive during the day. Yeah, so it's no big deal.
Yeah.
In the newest episode of South Park, they skipped a week after that first episode, so the new episode came out last night. Mr. Mackey, the school counselor, the okay guy, he gets fired, and so he joins ICE for that bonus. And he's got it's the training is like they have their uniforms in their hands folded, and they've been handed a gun, and they're like, "All right, now for your first raid." They're like immediately on the way to a raid to raid a place, and Kristy Noem shows up every scene, and like tight-fitting pants with her like camel toe popping, and her face keeps melting off, and a literal pit crew has to come and like put her face physically back on her body, and of course she guns down a puppy. And in every scene she's in, she guns down a different cute puppy.
Okay, so they kind of do the buckle up buckaroos thing again with that they did with the car accident.
No, the face comes off, and the face is sentient, like something out of a sci-fi movie, and it screams, and the face runs away, and it jumps on another person's face and like consumes them and becomes them. It's a little bit of horror there. And then J.D. Vance and Donald Trump show up at the end because Mr. Mackey has been such a good ICE agent. He's getting a free trip to Mar-a-Lago, and they treat Mar-a-Lago like Fantasy Island. So J.D. Vance is the little midget going, "Mr. Trump, the plane."
I haven't seen Fantasy Island. Is that a movie?
I haven't either. But it was a TV show with Ricardo Montalban. I've never seen it, but
I've seen them all.
these things.
Oh, did you like it, or just was on TV?
I liked it. I was young. It was easy to follow. And essentially, wealthy people would come to this island, and they would have like a fantasy they wish to live out. Maybe they wish they were a detective, or maybe they wish they were a football star. And this island would almost, if I recall, would like spare no expense and kind of make it happen, to the point where the people there were like, almost like Total Recall, where you don't know if this is real or not. Like it borders on the edge. They did it so well.
The island's
been a while.
Little St. James.
Little St. James was that was the most recent fantasy island. I saw you did a video where you're like, we're going to talk about that creepy group of people who like blackmail others by getting them to molest kids. No, not that one. The other time it happened in the 80s. And it's like, oh my God. Think of all the ones we don't know about.
Yeah, well, and that guy's walking free. I mean, all of those things happened allegedly, but there's a lot of evidence for it. But yeah, he like lives in Florida now. It was the exact same shit. It's people who made their way into like politics, and I don't know why they all want to fuck kids and worship Satan, but that's a recurring theme.
Kyle has a theory.
I've brought this up before, and no one likes to even try to wrap their head around this one. Like, why? Why do all the richest and most powerful men want to fuck young children? Maybe it's just that good.
Jesus Christ.
Y'all never consider. Oh, okay. If they were all eating some delicious food you never had before, you wouldn't just be like, yuck, ew.
I
that's
do
illegal.
that about their food.
You might wonder, what do those octopus eggs taste like? I mean, Paris Hilton pays $1 billion and risks going to jail to go on an island and eat octopus eggs. You'd want to know what they taste like. I never wanted to eat an octopus eggs, but if I heard that everyone from Stephen Hawking to Bill Gates was hopping on something called the Lolita Express to go eat them, damn, they must be good. Must be delicious.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Flawless logic.
Bro, I'm taking poison damage over here.
Yeah, we're all taking poison damage. we're taking area of effect damage. The worst take of all time.
And then I think it was the same guy that was talking about the real estate deal between Trump and Epstein. He may be the one who mentioned that Epstein had been gifted a trio of French 12-year-old triplets to have sex with. And it was like, my God, this is like the Hope Diamond of pedophilia. Like,
triplets? Were they identical triplets?
Yes. Are there any other kind? Or
fraternal?
Yeah, they could be fraternal triplets.
Fraternal triplets. I didn't know that was possible, I guess. Like 3 completely different people come out.
Yeah, that happens frequently when they do in vitro fertilization. They'll put like 3.
I don't think Epstein would have been as excited if they were fraternal.
In vitro is how that bitch from TV like 15 years ago had 8 kids, and then some other lady beat her out, had even more kids.
What? 8's not the record anymore?
I thought that there was like a...
It's a vagina, not a clown.
That's a litter.
Okay, lady with a lot of kids show.
Oh yeah, and she had the miserable husband. I know, John and Kate plus 8. Or no,
she had the miserable husband. No shit.
No, she was like, she's literally like, have you seen like the Karen hair? She's like the Zach said John and Kate plus 8 as well.
Jesus.
She had like the Karen hair. And she had this husband who's like vaguely Asian looking, and she would just nag him constantly about everything. And they do these interviews on the couch, and they're always hysterical. He would just complain about the most benign, mundane shit. And then,
can you imagine? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, I was just gonna say her husband's sitting there like for the entire time.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen these people. She had 8 of them. I bet her downstairs is just ruined.
The Karen haircut. She did that on purpose. Is that her wedding day?
She was
looks good on her. It looks good on her.
You think, okay, I'd take maybe anything else.
I don't think it's a bad look. That's a pretty lady. But
the hair could be longer. I see here in her Wikipedia, she conceived octuplets and her 6 older children via in vitro fertilization. So
14.
She had 6 kids, and then she convinced that dude, like, we're going to go back to the well one more time, but we're just one and done this time. And then 8 more pop out. Like, you have subs for your baseball team.
You can't get them all to school. How do they get them to school? Like most, like even third row seat SUVs and stuff have like 7, let's like 3, 6, like.
Yeah, you would need 7. Like 2 Suburbans. No, you
8,
need more
probably.
than that. Yeah.
3 and 2. Maybe
just chuck a couple on the roof. There's no
but all the seats might not be appropriate for the child seats, and because they're all the same age, they're all going to go through that like,
oh my god,
I'm a 1-year-old in a child seat phase. Like, I don't know how many child seats you can stack somewhere safely. Someone has to stay at home with them at all times, right?
I'd get a short bus.
Yeah, that's probably the move. And you'd also have to give them like Oblivion character screen style haircuts. Otherwise, there's no way you're keeping them straight. Like, you'd have to be like, all right, we already fed Mohawk.
You need a commercial driver's license in that family to drive your 14 children around in a bus.
The move is just to like turn your house into a daycare, because that's what it already is, and take on 20 isn't that much worse than 14, right? Like take some paying kids in. Jesus, what a mess. Oh man, I wonder if she got a C-section or if she gave birth to 14 children.
Someone in my school, their family had like 9 kids, which is a lot. And I wasn't friends with them, but I was friends with someone in their neighborhood, and their house looked like a motel. Like it just had like long hallways, it was all sort of uniform, and all the rooms kind of matched each other.
Are you at all curious? Because we all grew up in like normal sized households, more or less. Are you at all curious what that would have been like to have had 5, 6, 7 brothers and sisters?
I wanted it. My manager at the time I was having kids had 5 kids. He might have grown to 6 eventually. And his kids were all amazing. They were good looking kids, and they were incredibly well behaved. Boys and girls, you would want, well, not you, but most people would want any one of these. We were with them at a shopping mall. A shopping mall is just a candy store to children. They put their hands behind their back and walked through like all the clothing on hangers and stuff, the like circular displays with the clothing. And they didn't touch anything as they went by, as they walked in single file. And I'm like, shit, this is what my family will be like probably. But once we had Colin and he was special needs, we pulled the plug on having like a big family. It's like, we got a high effort family. This is the end.
I meant even as a kid though, like I never wanted more brothers and sisters than I had. If anything, it would have been better if it was just me. All the love,
You would have had having brothers was fun. Like I feel sad for my friends who were only children, because you were just like, if you didn't have a neighborhood friend who was available to play that day, and your parents didn't want to drive you anywhere, it was like you're shit out of luck. Just go play in the woods.
I think you're projecting your childhood onto Kyle. Don't you think Kyle would have loved being an only child? I think that's Kyle's, like, that's what he should have been, an only child.
If Kyle had a brother,
sister didn't add anything to his life.
If you had a brother that was like 2 years older than you and another brother that was like 2 years younger than you, you guys would have had a rip roaring good time.
I wouldn't have got as much cool shit though. Like my 4-wheeler would have been like a 250 instead of a 400. You
shared it with your brothers. Your
4-wheeler
would have been
fucking
out
4-wheeler
with someone else.
A Kawasaki? Get the fuck out of here! I love my 4-wheeler.
Wait, what did you have?
Kawasaki 400, I think, with an automatic transmission.
Kawasaki's good.
I don't know.
You could have been having your woods walks with. I
wasn't
there.
brand loyal at 12. I was happy to get a new thing.
Yeah, you could have walked around the woods and thrown rocks at squirrels and knocked down trees with your brothers.
Yeah. No. I had my cousin. We hung around, had a good time together. But I was perfectly fine being alone and doing my own thing most of the time. I don't get like lonely. I don't quite understand that. Like, I like touching base with people and chatting. I love shooting the shit about something that we have in common. But I could spend a week by myself and not talk to a person and not mind a bit.
I wouldn't like that.
My best days are usually my productive days. Like when I look back and I'm like, man, I woke up, got this done, that, and I have like a laundry list of like accomplishments. That feels good. The accomplishments can even be worthless. Yesterday, I defeated 3 bosses I had never beaten before in a video game. And I was like, I got some shit done today.
Jackie, it's a pretzel kind of day.
Don't skip on the mustard.
Yeah.
Put the gold star under your name on the refrigerator.
Yeah. Every week, Trout, after the show, Woody has delicious soft pretzels waiting for him, which is like such a great way to end every show. Sometimes like Woody will message and be like, it's like 4 hours and 1 minute. He's like, let's wrap this up. And I'm like, oh, he's in a hurry. Oh, fuck, it's pretzel night.
Pretzels are ready.
It's so good.
I was like, I just went down and smoked a cigarette while you were reading ads. She's doing her nails on the couch. The oven is off. Nothing's coming for me. I can't wait to be denied sex.
Got to get back on the load stack, entice her again.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, I didn't do shit today. I uploaded a video yesterday, so I was like, I've done a good thing. I made a YouTube video. I'm going to do nothing for 8 hours while she has a real job. Just overflowing with dishes, laundries fucking everywhere.
You just have pretzels waiting for her, melting on the counter. Can you take care of that,
sex should not be a payment. I'm not into chore play, everybody. You don't do dishes to get laid. No. You get laid by virtue of your charisma and who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that worked to pick her up, and now I live in her house.
That's true. You already got the hard part taken care of. You've got a bedroom secured. Now you just have to slowly migrate back down to the kitchen table.
You can get a girlfriend at this point. You've got squatters' rights.
Yeah, true. I'm professionally homeless. I haven't
How
had
does
an
squatters'
address.
rights? I don't know how squatters' rights work, but whenever I see them work, I'm disgusted. I see those videos sometimes of these people, and like the homeowner is like, so this is my house. I bought it as an investment. During the .com bubble, actually, right after that popped, and man, I got a good deal on it. It's it was worth $325,000, but let me show you. And there's like crackheads living in his house. He's like, yo, I'm D-Rod. It's like, yeah, this is D-Rod. He refuses to leave. I ain't going nowhere.
I think it's
his
based
wife.
on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like Kyle, I'm always on the homeowner's side. Always. I've never seen a situation in which I thought the freeloader should be able to remain in that house. I don't know. I kind of get like eviction notice. Maybe you need 30 days to throw someone out because things get rough if you don't have a place to sleep real fast. So 30 days, maybe. Squatters' rights? I can't even begin to fathom why that's okay.
No.
If they cut 30 to 14 and gave people 2 weeks notice to get the heck out, I don't think I'd be opposed to that.
I've seen on Reddit people talking about how to deal with it. Like someone's like, I've got squatters. Like they make it sound like they've got termites. And just quickly, and
bed bugs.
Like, the orchid man comes in. He's like, here's what you got to do. And apparently there are these scenarios where you just can't get them out in a timely fashion. Like, well, they're going to have to go through this hearing and that hearing and these proceedings and talk to the city. It's going to be a while. But what you can do, you own the property, of course. You can do all the home improvement you want. So you can make it unlivable. You can remodel the floors and have the floors taken out. You can turn the power and the water off. You can take the doors off. The front, you can do whatever you want. And as far as that goes. So there are these people who are like in this ridiculous standoff with squatters where they're making their own house uninhabitable to try to make the fucking bums leave.
So I've seen there's a YouTube channel, the guy who does that I've seen before, but my dad and my uncle bought a house. I was really young at the time. I was probably like, I don't know, 7, 8, whatever kindergarten age is. And they bought this house like a mile away from the house we grew up in, and they were going to remodel it and rent it out. Well, their first tenant was a single mother of 3, and she paid rent, was a great tenant for like 3 months, and then just stopped. Well, it's like state law based. And at the time, basically, it was like you cannot evict, state of Indiana, you cannot evict a single mother.
Ooh.
So they were just stuck with this stranger, living in their house that they had just spent all this money and remodeled for months and months and months, and they fucking destroyed it to the point where it's like, I get, like putting holes in the wall to hang up like a, your plaque or whatever, but it's like you're a woman. Why are you punching holes in the drywall? Like that type shit. It was completely destroyed. They ripped up the linoleum floors. Like they invested all this money into this house, and this bitch and her kids fucked it up in like fucking a year. And so they just sold it. Like it was a total loss for them.
That's so crazy. I can't imagine being that shitty because when I leave a rental place, like I pay cleaners to come in and like I leave it the way I like got it. For one thing, they'll take your goddamn deposit. But for another, like, it's just a decent thing to do. I don't like returning someone's thing back to them even dirty. If I borrow something from you, you should get it back as you gave it. I hate that. Yeah, I don't know how squatters' rights are a thing. I guess I see a little bit of the idea of like kicking a single mother out on the streets, but there should, if the government is going to make it so I can't kick her out, what they really should be doing is providing a place for her.
Taking care of her. Yeah, it's not
You
a fucking
take her
charity.
in.
I was saying, because we were not fucking wealthy by any stretch of the imagination. It was like I said, my dad was a contractor. My uncle was doing pretty well off. So they, so far as I understand, had, like an agreement between the two of them. It's like, hey, I'll, front the money for this house. You fix it up. Because he lived out of state at the time. And then we'll rent it out and kind of reap the profits. And that didn't go the way they planned.
Every time my dad has rented a place, he's done it twice. When he first moved to where he lives now, before we sold our old house, he rented it briefly. Like, oh, this makes sense. And it didn't. They stole. His race car shop where he built cars and had his like hunting bows and trophies and stuff was it on the property. They raided it, stole his stuff, and he went there and he was like asking the guy, he's like, you don't know what happened to my carburetor and my bow and my boots, do you? A few things have come up missing. And he's like,
blocking
no
the doorway.
idea. No idea. And the guy had like an 8-year-old daughter or something playing in the yard. And when the guy wasn't looking, Dad went and talked to her and said, hey, you don't know what happened to my boots, do you? And she went, my daddy got your boots. Fucking ratted him out.
That's funny.
So he got his boots back in the end.
I was a bad renter once. I didn't mean to be. Jack and I moved into this little townhouse.
Not the race car parts or the house.
And I don't know, a couple months after living there, we got 2 puppies. And we were housebreaking the puppies. We both had jobs, so they were like alone in the house as puppies and came home to a mess almost every day. When it was time to move out, we cleaned it top to bottom. We did everything. We rented a steam cleaner and tried to clean the carpets, but the smell of urine was seemingly not removable. We wanted our deposit back though. So like when they came to inspect the place, it looked so spotless. Like the carpet was just steam cleaned. Everything looked great, as good or better than when we moved in. But every window was open. And he's like, not bad. I see a little bit of water damage on the kitchen floor. Yeah, that's like 30 gallons of urine, but I'm not going to say that. As far as you know, we're just sloppy dishwashers. And so I was like, well, we'll take out like $25 for the tile repair and call that good. I'm like, you got it. I know. When they re-entered that building with the windows closed, they were like, this is not what we thought. But we had already got our deposit.
Yeah, landlord beware. I'm kind of with you on that one. Like that happened to you as much as you know what I mean? Like that's how I see that one. That time I destroyed my apartment, I felt like the victim. I mean, I guess it was my fault, but I was 19.
I was with
my 19th birthday. I was about to go to my birthday dinner. I was in my first apartment that I'd ever gotten in life, and I had all of my clothes that I owned in life in a pile on the floor because I'd just done like laundry. And I was ironing. I ironed my shirt for my birthday dinner and I hung it up from the ceiling. And now I was ironing my like pants or something else. And when I hung my shirt, I hung it from the sprinkler system. And and I know now how a sprinkler system works. It's kind of a piston system where that red little plastic thing up there, it melts and shatters, and if it gets too hot, and that releases a valve that immediately springs downward, and it gushes water out. I know that because when I went to retrieve my shirt, I broke the red crystally thing and unleashed thousands and thousands of gallons of rusty water onto my head at high pressure, and all of my clothing that I owned in the world, all my like work shirts, all of the clothing that I owned that I would wear to work or anywhere.
I like ruined. How your like work shirts are the real thing that like the damage done here. He's in like a $500,000 apartment building, and he's like, all my t-shirts and shorts were stained.
Did it set off the sprinklers for the whole building?
No, so it's a localized thing. I've just broken that one little thing and made that one sprinkler, and it's right as soon as you walk in the door, it's straight up. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's right by the entryway door, and it's spraying my kitchen, it's spraying my living room, and it's spraying what I guess you'd call a foyer, but really is big enough for one person to stand in. And it's coming out with so much pressure, so much volume. And look, I'm panicking, and I'm 18, just turned 19. So I grabbed a towel and like mushed it onto the sprinkler briefly. And the volume of water that ran down my arm, I was like, only in that moment could I tell the volume because it's spraying out at high pressure and it's kind of spritzing everywhere. But when I felt it, I was like, oh, it's doomsday. So I grab my clothes and I sprint to the back bedroom and I throw them on the floor. I'm soaked with the rust water, and I know I have to abandon ship here, like leave the apartment. So I strip off all my clothes, put on dry clothes, and then run past the sprinkler outside. And it's only now that the roar of the sprinkler is not deafening and I can hear the meow, 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 and the whoop, whoop of the fire department showing up and the building's sirens going off. And this is when I realized all of my neighbors are outside standing with their arms crossed, looking at the building. They have no idea that I'm the cause of this. So I joined this group. Like
you're covered in rust water. Who could have done this?
Just dripping wet. What the fuck happened in there?
I didn't have much. I did a good job. So like I did change clothes before I came out, and I used a towel to shield myself somewhat. So I didn't look a mess. Like I didn't stand out as being soaked or anything.
Mhm.
I was a little spritzed. If you know what I mean?
Would you say more or less spritzed than everyone else?
Well, it's hot and sweaty. It's Georgia. I blended in, and we're all kind of discussing what has gone wrong. And I'm like, yeah, this is me. It's actually. I told him that it just.
You should have been like, my theory was a jackass or a hanger after ironing a shirt for his birthday.
I could have been anybody. Spontaneous sprinkler activation was my theory, and I led the fireman into my apartment, and I was like, now listen, as soon as you open the door, it's going to spray you. And I guess he took that as like a figurative warning, because he just opened the door and stuck his head in, and it just like he comes back out and he's got a stripe of like water down his body, and he's like, oh yeah, it's right as soon as you walk in. And they have a special tool to like go up in there and turn it off. So they turned it off. There were inches of standing water in my apartment. The only things that made it out and were reusable were my Lord of the Rings box set.
Nice.
And my Tupperware, maybe. Like every
480p.
My fucking Magnavox, it was ruined. Like my couch, everything was just destroyed. Everything was destroyed. I had to restart life in that moment. And then the apartment complex puts it all on my credit and does that. I was told that there was something put on my credit called a hawk alert. I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
Sounds bad, doesn't it?
Yeah. It sounds like they're keeping an eye on you. Make sure you don't destroy any other property with, misplaced hangers.
I had my boss run my credit at work like a few months later, and he was like, you got a hawk alert on here. And I didn't know what that meant, but it sounded real bad.
Yeah. You were a real kind of a wet bandit.
Yeah. It was thousands of dollars of damage, they said. I wasn't about to be held responsible at 18 or 19.
You had a little period, I bet, where like you had to get rid of the couch and everything, and you went back to like mattress on the floor, no couch mode.
Oh, apparently a hawk alert or similar fraud alert on your credit report is a warning that indicates a potential risk of identity theft or fraudulent activity associated with, I didn't see what I did as fraud. That was a little accident that happened one evening.
How would that be fraud? What was there to gain?
I did tell them that it spontaneously did its thing. Well, they put it on my credit, so clearly not. They did not buy it. Thus the hawk alert.
A water damage story from renting as well that I've not told anybody, so I figure why not?
Statute of limitations are good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. This didn't happen. We were renting a house. Me and my girlfriend were renting this house, and we were on the second floor. I think it was her birthday. And we went back home. We'd been drinking all night, and there was just a standing shower stall on the second floor. And so came back. We'd been boozing. Had a adult fun time in the shower, and apparently the panel was like rocking up and down while they put like a slip joint on, like a silicone joint, which they shouldn't have done. They should have glued it, but it has the two
hose clamps.
Hose clamps, thank you. Yeah, hose clamps that are tightened by screwdrivers, for those who don't know. And it had loosened itself up. We didn't know this at the time. Went to bed. It was like 3:00 in the morning. We're laying in bed, and she's like, "Did you leave a sink on downstairs?" Because we could hear water running. And I was like, "I don't know, maybe." And I go downstairs into the kitchen, and there's, the whole kitchen floor is wet. And I look up, and there's a can light on the ceiling, and it's just a steady stream of water is pouring down. And so I was like, "Oh fuck." And so she comes down, she takes like a cereal bowl, and she's like collecting the water underneath. I realized what's happened. And I was like, "Oh, you're going to fucking hate this." I was like, "Back up." So I stand on the kitchen chair and take a hammer and smash it through the drywall. It immediately drops like fucking 10,000 gallons of water, destroying the entire first floor of the fucking house. and called the landlord the next morning. We just like threw towels down, mopped up. We're both hammered. And it's again like 3 o'clock.
Baby, you're gonna need a salad bowl for this.
I have the video of it still somewhere. It's funny as shit because I'm just dying. Like she's panicking, like she's gonna stop this fucking drip. I was like, "What? Check this out!" And called the landlord the next morning, and I was like, "I think there was a leak, and the kitchen ceiling collapsed. I have no idea what happened."
Oh, that
So
sucks.
But it was a plumbing issue. This wasn't your fault.
Yeah, it sounds like your
no,
fault.
it wasn't my fault.
Yeah.
It was your, heavy duty lovemaking that loosened that gasket. You know,
Maybe
I think that the occupancy that shower was clearly rated for one occupant, and you overloaded it and caused that damage.
that house is fucking cursed. Everything was wrong with that. The fact that it didn't burn down that by the time we moved out is miraculous.
My whole the area, I moved in and there was an unfinished part in my basement. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna put a big sectional down here and a giant TV and a pool table and a little rec room. And first I had to have carpet put in, and so I got carpet put in, and within 2 weeks, if I recall my timeline correctly, I had a water issue where a pipe burst outside, the hose, the pipe leading to the hose burst. It was a hose hookup outdoors that I didn't even know I had. I had just moved in a couple months prior. I thought I had a hose on both sides of the house, but apparently there's a hidden spigot that I never noticed back there. And I was just didn't do anything all day to hear leaking. I went to work and came back and I was like, I'm going to get a workout in now. And I walked down there and it was all the can lights were just leaking, all of them onto the carpet that was still smelled new. It was so new. There were probably aggregately 15 steps taken on this carpet. Thank God I hadn't put electronics or sectional or anything in there yet.
The same thing happened to me.
Man, this must be really common. Wait, you had an outdoor hookup burst and then it ruined your basement?
No, I refinished my basement and then had it flood and had to tear up $20,000 worth of hardwood.
Oh my God, that's so much worse. That sucks.
Yeah, it was awful. I put down cheap carpet after that. I was like, the cheapest. I was like, no, cheaper.
I want it to look like an office in here.
It did. I put down like schoolroom kindergarten carpet. The kind it was so short. Yeah. There was no thread.
You don't want to walk on it in bare feet. It's like
vomit comes right out though.
You would skin your knee if you fell on it. It was rough. Yeah. I don't remember what leaked, but something leaked and it flooded the hot water heater leaked and it flooded the whole downstairs with standing room water. And it was good hardwood. It wasn't great hardwood, but it wasn't that glue down bullshit either. It was real wood that was glued to the fucking concrete. So when they went to take it up, they have to scrape up every plank, and they don't come up in this nice clump. They splinter every square foot of the way. So they're just down there, chiseling it up, and splinters of wood are coming up. It was a nightmare. I think it cost another it was thousands just to clean up the mess that was made.
I had a apartment water flooding issue, but I was hardly inconvenienced and I took no responsibility because I didn't think I deserved any. This apartment came with a washer and dryer. And I guess the rubber hose that led to the washer aged out, but I didn't put the hose there. I wasn't my washer. I just rented all this stuff. And one day when I wasn't home, the hose burst and it just poured water out. But the nature of the damage was it just went from the washer and dryer area straight down into my downstairs neighbor's place. He apparently was the real victim here. And he was mad at me for something that happened when I wasn't home to a thing that I didn't do. And the rental people were mad at me. And I'm like, everyone here has a problem except me. I just need a new hose on here and I'm good to go.
About that hose.
Yeah, so that is actually how it ended. They put a new hose on there. I know my downstairs neighbor had a bunch of renovations and shit he had to take care of. But not me.
Dealing with landlords.
Oh, go ahead.
Dealing with landlords is often nowadays there's 3 big companies that own all the real estate in America, and dealing with them is, I don't think I've ever dealt with a guy oh yeah, Bill, my landlord, he owns this place. I had a girlfriend who had that one time, and it was nice because you could get a hold of Bill and he would immediately fix a hole in a door or a broken window because he owned the place. But when it's this big $1 trillion corporation, 2 or 3 houses ago, we had a water leak in the front yard. It looked like a koi pond was in my front yard. There was water running down the street into the gutters for months of just flowing, and we'd call them every 3 days. Hey, there's still a literal creek running out of our front yard down the road. Okay, yeah, you're on the priority list. All right, just so you know, we're not paying this water bill. Oh yeah, of course you wouldn't pay it. Can I have that in writing? Oh, of course. I wish I remembered what the water bill was. I said it at the time, but it was thousands. It was thousands of dollars worth of water that they let just run into the gutter down the street.
I'd have got some koi. I mean, you're telling me this thing does automatic water changes? Yes, sir.
It was because they dug it up one time and left a crate and fixed it, quote unquote. And so there was a big crater left from that yard work. So then when it broke again, it just filled the crater up. And now that's our koi pond. And it ran so continuously that it wasn't muddy water. It was clear, pretty water out there. And that was deceptively deep. Like you'd step off into it if you fucked up. Oh, what a mess with those people.
I had the opposite experience. When I had like a dude who had a full-time job and a family in his own house, I felt like I was annoying him if I ever needed something done. On the other hand, like when there's like the place I live with the hose, they had a maintenance guy on staff whose job it was to be on call. And I like that situation more.
Yeah, we have that too. There's maintenance people that are on call, but and they seem like well briefed in the type of appliances that this corporate entity uses. So when they show up, that's the garbage disposal in every house. So they immediately know how to fix it. I don't, apparently. Every time it breaks, I got to call Letitia to come over and fix it. And she looks at me like I'm stupid. But it's not my job, Letitia.
One of my college apartments was so shitty. And the landlords were just phoning it in. Like they never stopped by or anything. That like I lived there for the last 2 years of college. By like the probably last 6 months there, it was already such a shitty place. Like I just started smoking cigarettes in there. Like, I had a couch right next to the window and I'd turn the fan on. And I just kind of open both windows and just kind of blow it out the window. And like something I wouldn't have done like the first month I was there, like, oh, that's, that would be disrespectful to this place. And then no. So I think that place has since been condemned. I was smoking cigarettes in there. The place my last apartment before I bought my house, so this is almost probably about 7 years ago now, I noticed like immediately there was a tremendous amount of black mold on the stairwell, like an alarming amount. There was no way to walk through this stairwell into the back lot, and it was in the city. And so like it was easier to walk out back to the parking lot because otherwise I had to walk out the front and then like go around my building and go through a bit of a seedy alleyway and then open up the gate with my key and then get in that way. And so I would tell them like, hey, don't want to bother you guys, but there's a ton of black stuff all over my wall. I'm pretty sure it's black mold, like trying not to be like accusatory. It's obviously black mold. It took 2 seconds to look up. And I was like, can you guys like come take care of this? And they're like, yeah, definitely. I lived there for like over a year. And so for the last 9 months or so I lived there, I just closed that area off and would like, just tell people like, you need to get to your car in the lot, go out front because there's a lot of black mold back there. Do you notice how your breathing isn't as good in here? Yeah, don't go down the black mold hallway. And they just never took care of it. They just ignored me every time. And that's like, I didn't realize how bad that shit was for you at the time. I was like, oh, this is like going to give me the sniffles or something if I walk here every day. It's like, no, it can give you brain damage if you're sitting near that stuff. Yeah.
Well, that house that we flooded the kitchen of, it was a friend of mine bought it basically for us. He was our landlord, and it was kind of like a land lease essentially thing. He like bought me and my girlfriend this house. And he's like, oh yeah, you guys are going to live in this house, blah, 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 blah. Greatest guy in the fucking world. Anyway, long story short, he died very unexpectedly. His wife is a raging cunt. So she took over. And then as soon as that happened, I was like, I'm about to get evicted and I'm not getting my $500 deposit back. So I just ripped cigarettes in the kitchen. And then my favorite bit was friends would come over and they'd be like, oh, we can smoke in your house now? And I'm like, no. I can smoke. Just ashing on the floor. Like, no, go outside. If you want a cigarette, go on the deck.
You gonna pay the cleanup fees? No? All right then. Go right out there. I've definitely smoked in them before. But I smoked in the house like 4 houses ago. Definitely like joints and weed and occasionally cigarettes. But they gave me all my deposit back. It was shocking. Like that was the house where I had to leave and I just didn't have enough time to like really, like I left holes in the wall from mounting TVs. I just didn't have time to do it. I had to get to the new house and the truck is going back in the morning. It's like midnight. I got 2 hours to drive. It's like, I gotta go. We're done. This is the last of it. And I left some garbage in there, like not piles of garbage, but it needed to be swept up better. They gave me my whole deposit back. I was shocked.
This house, I left fucking spotless. Like, because like their family did so much for me, so I was like, I'm not gonna fuck them over. Mm-hmm. And so I had it professionally cleaned. I repainted all the fucking walls. Like this place was immaculate. And then she didn't give me, again, fucking bitch, didn't give me my deposit back, which it's a long story, but had like the eviction process. Because originally, again, the intention was like we were going to buy this house from them, and then after he died, she changed her mind. And so she didn't give me the deposit back. And I was like, hey, can you send me like an invoice? Like why didn't I get the deposit back? And it was the most bullshit thing. It was like she had to have somebody vacuum the carpets and like leaf blow the sidewalk out front. It was the most bullshit list of things, but I was just like so done at that point. I was like, my buddy's dead. I don't want to fucking fight with his wife, whatever.
That's annoying.
Take the $500 and fuck off.
I think I've never not got my deposit back, because even that place I smoked cigs in, like I deep cleaned it. Like it took like a week of like cleaning and getting it nice and making sure all the ash was hidden. That place had all the black mold in it. I was like really trying to like make sure I got my deposit back. I ended up getting it back anyway, because I guess I took care of everything else. But they were like, you have to replace all the bulbs. Ugh. All the bulbs have to be fresh and replaced. And this was like a loft. And so the ceilings were so high up, and I lived in an apartment. And so I didn't have a ladder. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go buy one of those big tools with a sucker on the end, and you stick it to the light bulb, and then you twist it, and then you pull the light bulb down, and then you pop a fresh one on there, replace it, because a couple were out by that point, and I needed to do that. And it was like it was the absolute last thing I had to do. Like I got off work, went to this apartment, was going to change out the light bulbs, throw away the bad ones, and then get in my car and drive to the house I just bought and spend the night and stay there, because that's where I lived now. And I put the sucker on, stuck it to the light bulb, went to turn and pull away. The sucker comes off, and now it's hanging from the light bulb because I forgot to push down the clip that secures it. And I just went like that George Costanza, like, how? And then just like, loosens my pole, tight, scrubbed it back down into the thing, threw that in my car, and I left. They didn't mind, I guess.
That's it. I tried.
I'm not going to go buy another one of these.
I got the deposit back on my first apartment where I punched a hole in the drywall with a fleshlight.
Oh, wow. You punched through or through your fleshlight?
Could you have just used the fleshlight?
No, I fucked the wall, Woody. It was.
Thanks for getting that back.
I was like 19, and I had bought, me and my friends, the day we turned 18, we went, and one of them turned 18 because I was like the oldest of my friends by a few months. Went to a sex shop just because, like, look, boobs, whatever.
Yeah.
And we were walking through like the fleshlight aisle before like Fleshlight was a name brand, and they had this one box. It was like this big, and it said 3 pounds of pussy. And something about advertising pussy by weight cracked me up. So I bought it, used it like twice because I'm not all about cleaning that up. Mm-hmm. And then just kind of had it sitting half my bed. Well, it was like silicone, kind of rubbery, obviously stretchy. And this is like right when I first started dating my girlfriend back then. First apartment, I'm like 19 years old. Well, she sees it. And she's like, what is that?
20 pounds of pussy.
Yeah.
As I call her.
And I'm like, oh, that's Susan. Don't worry about her. Just some bullshit name, and grabbed it and threw it into the closet. Well, it like distended as I threw it. It went, oh fuck. It went end over end.
Like an addle.
It went end over end and hit above the top shelf in the closet where the door was open and just stuck to the drywall. And we both laughed and laughed and laughed and then completely forgot about it until I went to move out like 9 months later. And so my dad and my brother are helping me move out. We're like emptying the closet. Well, I take shit off the top shelf because it's where you keep, fucking old financial records, whatever shit you never access. And I take this like banker's box down and there's this like fluorescent pink fleshlight stuck to the wall still. It's been 9 months and it had like the moisture, I guess, inside of whatever it's made out of had like absorbed into the drywall. Well, they're coming up the stairs to get the next load of boxes. So I panicked and I grabbed the fucking thing and ripped a crater out of the fucking closet wall. And I just like stuff it into a backpack. Like, I don't know what the fuck to do.
What the hell happened here?
That's exactly what happened.
Like something came out the wall.
That's literally exactly verbatim what happened. My dad rounds the corner. He goes, "What the fuck happened there?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Raccoons or something."
Maybe that's what I've been hearing in the wall.
Looks like I got hit by 3 pounds of pussy.
Two of my friends didn't get their deposit back at their apartment. This was probably close to at least 10 years ago. And they treated this place like the way the Chinese treat the sea, with anger, venom. And I never saw a single person take their shoes off. The carpet got so dirty that they stopped taking their shoes off. There were like mush down places where it was just packed like thick sediment of nonsense. And when they finally, or at one point, they were both trashed and they were going to grill, and then it started to rain. And so my buddy took like the coals that he didn't think had ignited yet and just threw them back in the outdoor, like there was a pantry kind of thing on the deck. So he just tossed the coals in there, and he says they were sitting inside, two of them and another friend of mine. And the guy who wasn't drunk, my Marine buddy, was like, "I think I smell smoke." And they're like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" And he's like, "No, there's smoke coming out of your back the patio right now. There's smoke coming out of that little closet. What'd you do?" And he went back there and he says it was almost like a Mr. Magoo like comedy moment where when he opened it, it was an absolute inferno. Like it was like the entire room was on fire, and he was like, "Oh!" And both my two friends who owned or rented the place were tanked, but my Marine buddy was like, "You bucket right now, fill up a bucket. You, every time he fills a bucket, you bring it to me. And then as soon as he takes that bucket, you start filling a second one. We're doing this right now." And he like succeeded in dousing it. And he said that was the only part of the apartment they didn't get charged for because the guy didn't check, because he never imagined that someone could have a furnace level fire. That was like he says every inch of every wall was black with soot, like crispy. They could have burned down the whole place.
Imagine him opening the door and going, "You do not want to go in there."
Yeah, basically. Yeah, they treated that place hellishly.
So when you brought up 3 pounds of pussy, it reminded me on PKN this week, our other show, I suggested that it might be funny if people threw more dildos onto the court at the WNBA games. I, of course, wouldn't recommend anyone do
Never.
it. I wouldn't tell you to do it. But if it happened, I sure would laugh. And I know it wasn't you guys who answered my prayers, but just the world at large seemed to have come together. Maybe God himself. There was a storm of dicks hitting the court this week, boys. Like I lost count. And they've all been green so far. They've all been green, and there's a betting line on whether it's going to be blue next, whether it's going to be over 6.5 inches, and the odds are pretty juicy, you know?
So the NBA starts up this fall. Hear me out.
Okay.
We throw fleshlights on the court.
I think that plastic's going to shatter when it hits them. If it's in its pussy housing, you know what I mean? They'll have to take the
not fleshlights necessarily,
rubber part,
just some other rubber fuckable toy.
Nobody wants to get banned from NBA games, though. The whole point of this is like, oh, I can't go to the fucking Atlanta Spark anymore or whatever they're fucking called.
No. I read online that's not what happens. If you get caught throwing a dildo onto a WNBA court, they make you attend 10 more games.
You're there. Please, I'll do anything. Please, no, not Angel Reese. No.
If I have to go to another fucking Baltimore Bimbos game, I'm gonna lose it.
They caught a kid this week. He was 18 years old. I saw the mugshot, looked like one of our boys. And I don't know what they're charging him with, but they did arrest him and take his mugshot. I'm sure he'll be banned from future events.
2 counts of hilarity.
I must say, the more dildos I see hitting that basketball court, the more I'll crack up. It is fucking hilarious. The move, though, is to use a suction cup dildo and to throw it in such a way that it sticks to the backboard. Because what's happening is they're hitting the court, and very quickly someone kicks it over to the sidelines, whatever you call it, side of the court, and they throw a towel on it, or some trainer scoops it up and like hurries it away so nobody gets to really yuck it up. But if you stuck that bitch to the backboard, and also, and I was trying to chiz about this, I'd like to see one of those big double enders. Okay, like it's cool that we're throwing these little green guys, but I think a variety of dildos would be funnier. If I see a bad dragon hit the court, I'm gonna lose my shit.
Hear me out.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
We get an athletic guy with the suction cup dildo, jump up, stick it on the backboard, and not one of the women can get it down.
Oh, unless there's like a middling boys high school player in the audience, no one's going to be able to retrieve it. You're right. That's
funny.
Isn't
WNBA like Caitlin Clark
like
jumping and not getting it?
That would be very, very funny.
Well, did you see they implemented a no bag rule to the games anymore?
I did.
You think that'll stop our boys?
Yeah,
you think they had their dildos in bags?
I had it in a purse.
Woody got it. You know exactly a convenient storage hole for a dildo.
It's gonna wear a big coat or something. They'll find a way in. This is just a barrier to entry. They'll just take guys with a little more gumption to be throwing dildos now.
It's going in the old prison wallet.
Winter coats.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to be genuinely, unbelievably athletic to throw it like the whole length of the court and to get it to stick. Because what other angle could you throw it at to get it to stick? There's nothing. You'd have to like long shot it from one end
to
the other.
Jumping and
I may need to storm the court. I may need to storm. Maybe during halftime when they got that little springboard the mascot jumps off of. Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't have the hops to get it up there.
Oh no, I'm not the guy.
No.
I'm gonna need that springboard. Yeah. Man, that would be great. I love seeing that. Their sport is a mockery, so seeing it made a mockery of just fills my heart with like warmth.
It's a big barrier to entry there because you have to buy an $8 ticket to a WNBA game.
Are there going to be any seats available? Oh yeah, right up here right here. Are you the coach? Yeah, nice to meet you.
It's the only sport where a hot dog costs more than getting.
Yeah, I'll take a towel. Sure.
Yeah, I can't imagine trying to get excited at a WNBA game. Like I wouldn't want to go to a regular NBA
she
game.
Made it!
Interested, but at least if I went to a real NBA game, I'd be like, all right, so at least I don't understand this sport, but at least I know these guys are the best at it. Like what all the stuff they're doing, they're killing it. WNBA is like, oh, they just
you would see higher level of play at a boys championship.
Other women's sports though?
I haven't really watched any women's sports.
Like what?
Like the MMA fighters would all lose against the boys, but I'll enjoy their fights just as much.
All right, so here's my take on WMMA. I like it, but I think the reason I liked it is because I started watching during like a golden age renaissance for women's MMA, and there's like, I would say nowadays there's only like 4 women who can fight. It's like the heavyweight division of men. There's 4 athletic big guys who can do the sport, and then there's like 25 fatzos who don't have the discipline to be a light heavyweight, or they're just unathletic freaks who are so big that they can cut it as the 24th best heavyweight in the world because the division is that shallow. Women's MMA is still the same thing. Amanda Nunes is coming back, but Kayla Harrison, the big yoked American who's champ right now, she doesn't look technical to me. She doesn't look like if you compared her technique to an equivalent man's, it's not even close. The way Merab looks at 135, how sharp he is, how well-rounded he is at everything. She's just a big old monster woman. I always thought Rose was very technical, though she's had some shitty fights, like 3 in a row or something. Not losses necessarily, but just bad fights. But Valentina Shevchenko, Amanda Nunes, and that Chinese girl who's Wei Li or Wei Lin or Wei Li. Those three are three women who can fucking fight. They're technical, they're athletic, they're on another level. They're very good, and they would be able to cut it in women's MMA 10 years from now when it finally advances. But the rest of them are just like the men's heavyweight division. They're only here because there's no one better, and there isn't anyone better.
To me, the women have always kind of been like that. Like, forget the Karate Hottie's real name or Paige Van Zant. Like, they weren't great fighters. They were a tier below. Ronda Rousey during that run. Beiche? I swear to God. 6 months before she fought Ronda Rousey, this is true, she was working as a certified public accountant. Like, that was her real career. Not the first accountant to make it into the UFC. I can think Chuck Liddell comes to mind. But anyway, yeah, it's always been shallow on the women's side, but I don't really need skill or talent to enjoy fighting.
I don't think it's going to get deeper necessarily, or if it does, it's not going to be at the rate that the UFC does. The UFC still doesn't pay nearly enough to attract the greatest athletes in the world. You kind of get the leftovers. That John Jones is a perfect example. He's the leftover of his family, even, and he's the GOAT of MMA. Women's MMA, it's that exacerbated, magnified, because what little girl is like, oh yeah, I want to get my brains beat out in an octagon. I'm gonna start getting into to wrestling, so I have a strong base. like
the horrific injuries some of those women get, like, yeah,
big cuts. That's the other thing, because you only have like 3 or 4 killers, like one per weight division, more or less. It's lambs to the slaughter, like half the time. I've seen Valentina Shevchenko beat the brakes off some women, and I would just be like, "Come on, you got her, got her, let her." And she's like on top in full mount, and she's throwing nasty slicing elbows. And
What's
this girl
her nickname?
The Bullet.
The Bullet, yeah. You can get the assassin out of my head.
She's like a dance. She's almost like a Charlie's Angel. Like, she's a fantastic dancer. She's trained in with firearms, like like tactical shooting, and she's one of the greatest women fighters of all time.
It's a heck of a show. Like, she'll defend her title, right? Win a world championship or keep her world championship by beating the brakes off some other girl. Then afterwards, she puts the belt on and pirouettes, and you're like, shit, she can actually do that. She dances in the octagon afterwards.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Trained.
Yeah, she's pretty. She's definitely like on the more attractive side as far as women's MMA goes. But yeah, I don't think it's going to get much better anytime soon. And most, I don't know. I don't watch a lot of sports in general, but like Taylor said, if I am going to spend my time and or money or whatever watching a sport, I don't want to watch the people. I want to watch the people who are the best at it. Like exactly like Taylor said, I don't love the NBA and basketball even as a sport, but if I see the NBA is on or it's a championship game, I'm going to watch 20 minutes of it to see the best in the world like bounce the ball and throw it. That alone is enough.
Yeah.
Sometimes with women's sports, I don't. Sometimes it's like watching pretty girls do the same thing. I'm talking about tennis, beach volleyball.
Beach volleyball rules. It's
a short list. Heck, sometimes on YouTube I watch indoor rock climbing, and it's like, oh, this is just pretty girls doing athletic shit.
Oh, that horn's like riding up. Oh, she's gonna need some chalk.
They do it in like, I think they're called boy shorts. Like, you know,
they don't need those.
No, that's going to impede your movement, ma'am. I know what I'm doing. It's like, sir, you're eating out of a Chipotle bag right now. You don't work here.
Yeah, I don't watch any women's sports that I can think of, other than the MMA. But I if beach volleyball is on, I don't see how you could avoid that. Beach volleyball is just a wonderful thing, and the girls who play beach volleyball, they know. They know.
Oh yeah,
they know what's happening.
Fucking smoke shows.
It's only the uggos who are always like, "Why can't we wear board shorts?" Fuck you, fuck you. You want no sponsors? Do you want no one to watch this?
You can, but I'm rooting against you.
And you know who pushes back probably the hardest on that? I bet all the other girls on the team like beat her with socks full of oranges, like in the locker room afterward. Like, stop it! You know why we're here.
If
You need
we
to
start
down the
wearing
gravy train.
full shorts, we're going to be making WNBA money. I don't want that.
My wife said I got to kick your ass.
Yeah, I think there's enough hot girls in the WNBA that if they just like sexied up the uniforms a little bit, give a cut in the shirt, shorten the shorts a touch.
Show us Lola Bunny from Space Jam, Zach.
The original.
The original.
And then Officer Hops. I only want to see rabbits I want to fuck.
Out for LeBron.
I remember watching that movie when I was like 7 and being like, this is a confusing character for me. I know it's a rabbit, but I like it.
Dude, that has to be, I never thought about this. That has to be the origin for a lot of furry people's like awakening. Like you know how maybe you saw that first like hot chick in a movie or something. You're like,
Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, maybe. I think a lot of people see like Megan Fox in like Transformers or whatever, and that's their like awakening as a man. But like maybe someone saw like Maid Marian in Robin Hood. That Fox. Look at this.
Dude, I actually, on that note, heard, I watched this like YouTube documentary. It was like an hour and a half long years ago. Apparently there was some like underground magazine for like furries back in the day. And all these people would draw like sexualized animals like furries do now. And like fucking 90% of them ended up working for like Disney. And like the theory is that's why you get Lola Bunny and shit, like sexualized caricatures of animals.
Well, that's Warner Brothers, but there ain't nothing wrong with that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. That was fun. I watched that. I watched Space Jam this week. Michael Jackson. I remember Jordan being a better actor as a kid. Wow.
Well, he sucked.
And they put him. The best part, they've got Newman's in that movie. He's Michael's new agent or something. Maybe he's a liaison between his baseball team. They want to keep Michael happy, and he drives Michael home. And I was like, why the fuck does Michael Jordan need a ride home? Why isn't he in a limo or like one of his fleet of magical cars he owns? And then he gets home and it's like a suburban house. It's like a regular, normal, middle-class home. When he goes inside, it's dumpy. They really played down the fact that Michael Jordan, 3-time NBA champion, is a multimillionaire who's sponsored by half a dozen mainstream big tier companies.
You got to make
he's
the
a
stakes
multi-billionaire now. I think he's worth $3 billion. I'm not sure.
Jesus, he can gamble all he wants. I heard that he had gambled away like a lot of money, over the years. But
that's why he played baseball, wasn't it?
Bruno, do you know the Bruno Mars story?
No.
So you know the performing artist Bruno Mars, or at least you've heard of his name. So I heard he lost at the casino like $53 million, and they were like, "Oh, rough night, Bruno. So cash or money order, or what are you gonna do?" He's like, "I cannot pay you back." And they were like, "Well, that's a problem because you owe us $53 million. How would you like to perform here for the rest of your life?" And he was just like, "Deal." So if you Google right now, Bruno Mars performing in Vegas, that's the hotel that he lost the money.
He's at the Flamingo every weekend
until he's literally 79.
Yeah, he's doing shows there now for perpetuity to pay back his $53 million worth of gambling debt. I think that number's right.
Yeah, the Park MGM got a lot of shows. That's rough. 53 million.
That's I've seen I saw a video the other day. There's this gambler named Mickey something.
Is it the guy with all the tattoos?
He's covered in tattoos. Yeah. I know him from poker, but he's also just a gambler, and he's got really fantastic stories to the point where they're hard to believe. But I saw a clip where someone gave him like what was a lot of money to them, and he was going to go gamble with it,
$75,
and give them back like a percentage of the win. He's like, you give me $60,000. And if I get to $1 million, I get to keep 300,000 of it. And they're like, deal. And he went and gambled up $1 million, like playing baccarat or Chinese poker or some shit. He's a ridiculous gambler. It's fun to watch his show, his like interviews, and hear him talk about gambling. The tattoos are wild. But
Bruno Mars denies all this. Apparently,
does he?
Yeah, he says he joked, "I'm almost out of debt," but the MGM and Bruno Mars say he does not owe $50 million. And it's like, well, there could have been some little backdoor exchanges there where it's like, all right, sign the contract and then we'll void this.
Yeah, you don't want to say that you're only performing here at the wonderful MGM because you have to.
Yeah.
It's a much better look to say it to make it seem like you chose to perform at this wonderful hotel casino. Than,
I'm not technically a slave.
Yeah, more of an indentured servant, heavily indentured.
Yeah, I mean, at least he can do that. What would they do to a normal person?
They wouldn't let you rack up 50 million.
That's a good point. That is a good point. They probably thought he was good for it.
If I go in there in a top hat and a monocle, I can't be like, yes, I'd like the largest amount of money you have available. And then I just have to like change costumes, try and sneak out.
I wonder how he lost that much. Like, it's statistically improbable to lose every hand.
Yeah. But I think it's statistically probable to lose most of them, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't.
Did Kyle say what the game was?
I'm looking up to see what game he was playing.
Like if it's roulette, every so often you hit, right? Like you can't just lose it all.
You go in a $53 million hole. You pull it 53 million times.
He just walked into the casino and he was like, 24 million on black. Red,
Twice.
damn it.
It's like that South Park. It's like, let it ride. Where they have to they're running up for their down.
Blackjack and slot machines.
Oh, slot machines.
Slot machines doesn't even make sense. How much is it to play a slot machine? $1, $5, $10? What is it?
There are some that are like 10,000 a pull.
Whoa!
I've seen $100 slot machines.
There's that great Reddit video, and the guy it's someone recording over someone's shoulder, not as their friend, but like, look what this guy's doing. And he deposited, I think, $25,000. You can deposit the money at the slot machine. So he's depositing the money into the slot machine, 25 grand. And I think he was playing 5,000 a pull. And it was just like, you can imagine how fast $25,000
But we're getting
goes.
lost in the big numbers here. Like some of them are 10,000 a pull. Okay. So he needs to lose 5,300 times consecutively. Come on.
You don't have to pull the lever, Woody. You can just push the red button.
Oh, that sucks.
It's still 5,300 consecutive losses. It's just a lot to lose.
He lost this, so it's a lot of sessions, but in one session alone, it said that he lost 17 million.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah, gambling will get you.
More people,
especially
more
if you're
money than most people will see in their entire life.
Oh yeah, 17 million. You can do a lot of fun things for that don't involve pushing a red button and like
buy
hoping.
a trampoline.
You could buy a whole Sky Zone.
By at least 2 trampolines.
Yeah, and I'd be like Cartman.
I would just Sky Zone.
Oh, dude, I've said this many years ago. There was a Sky Zone near us.
It's a warehouse they built for children to break their legs.
Yeah, literally, like the Sky Zone. Well, the Sky Zone near us when I was growing up, they like put it in when I was in high school, and one of my friends was like, they have dodgeball there. And I was like, oh, sick. And so we would go and do like free play dodgeball. They had this giant trampoline area, which was just for people like doing tricks and jumping and kids. And it wasn't even that dangerous over there, except for when people like broke their ankles because they landed in the wrong spot. But like they even did a good job of like, all right, the right side of this enormous thing is for the kids kind of bouncing around. And the left side is you guys do your goofy tricks and flips. And we never went to that side of the establishment. There were also like 3 smaller dodgeball rings set up with the same style with the bouncy and everything. There were lines on the ground and they'd put all the balls in the middle and we did free play. And so we'd go there and then just whatever other groups of people wanted to play, we'd take them on and we won all the time. We were a bunch of like 16-year-olds. We'd go there a couple times a month sometimes and just, oh man, we're good at this. We're good. And we like one day at the lunch table in high school, like, I think my buddy Carter got us all like riled up and like confident in ourselves. Like, I saw they've got a league. How about we make a little foray? It's like $10 a pop, guys. $10 a pop. We go and we do this. We did. We all ponied up like the $10 or whatever, and we show up, and there's no kids. It's all real deal grown-ups who are like in their mid-20s, early 30s.
Uniforms? Was it?
They're fit. They had uniforms. I think one of them. They had shit. It was like bowling teams. I think one of them had like ball fondlers, like stuff like that. And so we get put up there, and we are getting brutal. If that Stalin executioner would have been vomiting at what he saw, how badly we were being fucked up by these adults.
Give them a chance.
We lost so so bad. And I still remember like it's yesterday when I closed my eyes. The last team we had to play were these fucking heavy hitters, and they had this giant like Samoan guy who would not leave the like, he barely even bounced. He was just getting fed balls, and this guy was throwing them in a way that physically didn't make sense. How fast they were going. Where like you'd be like prepped and ready, and he would make no bones about the fact that he's like, "I'm coming for you," and like, then he'd fire it at you, and you'd like be ready, and it would still fucking knock your block off. It was horrible. And my buddy Carter, who got us all to sign up for this, we got brutalized so bad in the first game that he quit the term. And there was a little area where you could like eat snacks and overlook like you're Caesar, like looking at the toys and the peons playing. And I remember like a Saving Private Ryan guy on the beach, like getting head caved in by that giant Samoan guy, and like that ringing in my ears, and like looking up and seeing him look down at us and just thinking like, fuck you. Why don't you do this to us? That was such a reality check.
Wow.
Of like showing. We walked in there like we were strutting. We had swagger, and we're like sitting in silence at Steak and Shake afterward.
What were the dodgeballs like? Like, what's the consistency like?
It was the same thing with like even gym dodgeball, where a lot of them were that crappy foam, but there were a couple of the much, much harder foam in there that you could get a good purchase on and really whip.
You need
So we didn't have much funding, I suppose. So we used kickballs with a little air taken out. So when you take the air out of a kickball, you can squeeze it so hard you get a handle on it, and you can like really hold it now, and you can get wrist rotation. We were hurling those things in senior year, like it was mixed. We're playing with ninth graders. Me and my buddy John Scott. He was way bigger. He was 6'3". He was an athlete. We were hurting people. Like I look when coach said dodgeball, we were like, fuck yeah, fist bump, let's fucking go. We're gonna pay. Like, I love dodgeball. It was my favorite thing.
I love dodgeball.
Sound and leaves the crosshatch pattern on their fucking face.
I could throw pretty hard. Like I could hit people when I wanted to. That was a fun sport. I remember when the movie Dodgeball came out. We were like, we should find a dodgeball league, but nothing ever came of it. Nobody wanted to go but me.
No, dodgeball was a great day in gym. I agree. That's always the thing that is like a meme almost. Not really anymore, but remember movies where it'd be like some characters like, oh no, it's dodgeball day. This is the word. Like every time he was like dodgeball today, I was like sick. Yeah. This is the most fun thing.
Dodgeball and volleyball for me. I was taller than most, and we were good at that. I loved volleyball and I loved dodgeball. Those are the best days.
Didn't like volleyball day.
That dolly soccer game.
How do you play? Maybe we had a different name.
So the ball's pretty big, maybe 3 or 4 feet in diameter, and it looks like a kickball. And you put your butt on this little platform with 4 wheels on it, like little grocery cart type thing. And you mostly go backwards, pushing with your feet, scurry, scurry, scurry. And I liked it because the unathletic people could barely get any speed going. They'd be running over their own fingers or falling off the cart. But the more athletic people had a mobility, just like shooting across. And I like that game a lot. If you can't throw or catch, you can still pretty excel in grab soccer.
Were they all different colors and they had 2 little plastic handles on the side that you
We didn't have handles. It was just a tiny little square that you sat on. And they were kind of omnidirectional because like the wheels rotated 360 and you just didn't matter how you were sitting on it.
We did. I don't even remember what we did with those, but we did not have the fun addition of a giant ball trying to score. And we only did that in grade school. Those little dollies.
My school was really well funded. Like we had the best paid teachers in the state.
So jealous.
Or like we've talked about the field trips before, like fucking whitewater rafting trips to New York City, and we had
talking about the fencing team.
Yeah, we had fencing, we had archery, we had a surfing team in my high school.
Golf.
Whitest shit I
we
ever
got golf.
Life, dude.
We didn't get golf and soccer until my 10th grade year, and we were like, "Wow, how are we gonna?" Yeah, we had no soccer. There were no. No soccer.
Even the people Mr. Beast is helping have soccer.
The school I went to, we had one basketball, and Tyler got it stuck in the gutter, and then we didn't have a ball anymore.
When I moved to there, and like we're playing baseball, and they just hand out leather gloves to every student. I'm like,
no, nothing like that. There were no gloves.
My gym teacher, who ended up getting fired years after I graduated for being a creep, used to like sometimes creeping on the lads. He used to like sometimes before we started doing something, he'd be like, "Boys, everybody line up, get on a mat. We're gonna do stretching and yoga." And he'd like make us, he'd like be walking behind us doing like downward dog shit.
Is this the meat gazer?
All right,
this
slow
is the meat
motion
gazer.
back.
Yeah. This guy was a fucking creep, an absolute creep.
Taylor's like, you guys remember penis inspection day from gym class when your gym teacher would inspect your penis every Tuesday to make sure it was normal?
Yeah, it was every day. He'd walk in, it was an ocular pat down. He was giving every single student that guy. Ew. And that wasn't something that, like, looking back, it's like, that's so strange. Like, at the time, people were like, what the fuck is this guy's
Hitler's used to go under the radar because, like, I think there was, like, this idea that, he's just goofy like that. You know? He's just silly. Little grab ass is all. And it's like, I don't think so.
There's something sinister here. There was no reason for us to stretch that long. We only had, like, 20 minutes for dodgeball.
Yeah, we didn't have any of that cool stuff. Woody's high school is I'm so jealous. Like the idea of fencing, all the alternative sports, archery. Like I started shooting the bow when I was 11 or 12 or something like that. I would have loved to have been able to do that at school. I would have been archery. I was already good at it. Like I had such a head start on everybody. I love to shoot. We didn't have any archery team. We didn't have any of that stuff. All of our cool stuff, the stuff that went above and beyond, was agriculture related.
Like, so it made money.
Fun. You had a real shop class where you got to build stuff.
Yeah, we had an incredible machine shop and welding shop. Like just maybe 10 or 15 welding booths with stick, MIG, TIG, 2 different metal lathes, the 3D drill presses, like. And that was just a metal shop. Then we had automotive that was like a full 3-bay like garage where they did oil changes and worked on cars. And then the construction class, which was like wood shop, was even better. Like they made real projects and sold them for cash. But then there was also a cattle barn, a huge cattle barn where they would go and like show their heifers and pigs and like lead them around to be judged. And then there was the catfish, the indoor catfish ponds, and the horticulture greenhouses, and a pig barn.
The indoor catfish thing does sound cool.
But no fencing.
Fencing wouldn't even have been fun. Like if there wasn't another school nearby that had a fencing team, what would you even do? We'd have
traveled all the way to Atlanta and had a little culture in our lives, fencing the guys from LaGrange or whatever, or Buford. Like it would have been great. Instead, we were selling catfish on Friday nights to raise money for who knows what.
Did you do any cool shit or fun stuff in high school, Trout?
Well, we had kind of what Kyle was describing. We had like an automotive garage. We had welding booths. We had like a hardcore, like big ass shop. So I grew up in kind of buttfuck Indiana, and our shop teacher fucking ruled. Doc, we called him, because he was this old Vietnam vet. He's the greatest guy in the fucking world. I found out, I put context clues together later on. I'm pretty sure he was like Mac V. Sog in Vietnam, because I was in the shop class and we would do like a unit where we'd work on like paper and fill out shit and answer questionnaires and all this shit for, a week. And then we'd go in the shop and like build the shit that we were talking about. Well, he had a TA desk and he had all these CDs that he had made copies of back in the day from vinyl records. So I'd play DJ and like do all this shit, just queuing up music. And then he'd let me know like the day before those packets were due or the project was due. He's like, you better get that thing done. It's due tomorrow. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'll knock it out. And so I would do that. We had this awesome fucking relationship. He was my favorite teacher in high school. I walked in one day with a pack of cigarettes in my breast pocket, and he just like slapped it. And he goes, you can't have those. Come with me. We go back behind the woodshed where all the lumber was stored. And he's like, give me a cigarette and I won't tell nobody. Like, I smoked a cigarette with him out there. And then, years later, or my senior year, I'm about to graduate, and I'd taken his fucking shop class, which you're only supposed to take like 2 years. It's like you take automotive 1 and then 2, or you take construction 1 and then 2. No, I took every single one of his classes just so I could hang out with him the whole time.
Every
and
semester.
just like, take the drill press and just drill holes and shit. And finally, my senior year, and he goes, you know, if you applied yourself to literally anything, you could actually be somebody, but you don't. And I'm like, yeah. And then years later, I'm a bartender, and I'm leaving the grocery store, and he's walking out. It's like 11 o'clock at night. He's got a gallon of milk in each hand. This man is like my hero.
Sick.
Like, I love this dude. He's just hardcore old Vietnam vet, walking out with a gallon of milk in each hand, going to his old fucking pickup truck. And I pass him, and I'm like, Doc, what's up, dude? And he goes, what are you up to nowadays? And I'm like, oh, I'm a bartender. And he goes, figures. And then gets in his truck and drives away. That was the most hurtful thing anybody had ever said to me in my entire life. I think about that every night before I go to bed.
Getting ripped on by a guy headed home to crush, I don't know, 4,000 liquid calories.
His wife was like that hardcore alcoholic. Not that I have room to talk, but she would be at the local bar, which there was like one of in town, and she would call the classroom. Well, I would sit in his TA's desk, so I'd answer his phone all the time, and I'd go, I'm not going to say his real name, but John Smith's room, how may I direct your call? And she'd be like, Connor, give me John. And I'm like, fuck. Please hold. I'm like, it's your wife. And he'd be like, honey, I got to work till 3:30. You know that. I'll go pick you up afterwards. And he'd go pick up his wife afterwards. He's still kicking it. I saw him at the grocery store like a week ago. I didn't say anything because I didn't want my feelings to be hurt.
Was he loading up on milk?
He did. He had a lot of milk and a lot of sparkling water.
I'm sure if you explain to him, hey, I'm a TikToker now, then he change his mind.
I quit TikTok, sir.
Retired TikToker.
Doc sounds awesome.
I'm like, Doc, have you ever heard of Feet Finder?
No, I didn't help found it. I just am losing a lot of money there.
And our field trips, like I never went on a good field trip ever. Like one time, I'm thinking about high school field trips, elementary school aside. And high school, one time my horticulture class, which is where, if you don't know, you take flowers and you turn them into arrangements. Is what we did in there. Easy A. I slept through most of that. But we went to a sod farm. It's literally a grass field. It's literally a field of grass, and there's the machine there that like sort of scoops up the top layer of soil plus the grass and turns it into those squares that you put in your yard. And they're like, well, that's the sod farm. All right, back in the bus. And then another time we went.
How far did the buses travel to see this? I don't know, entertainment.
Like 35 minutes, maybe. You know,
front yard of school.
Like I didn't know where we were, but we weren't so far. You know, we came right back to the school afterwards. Mm-hmm. And then another time we went to some greenhouses where they grew flowers. And I was okay. These are flowers. And God, did we go on a better trip than that? I don't think so.
No ski trip.
I think that was the highlight.
Ski trip? I don't think any of this.
Dude, you went on a ski trip, field trip in high school?
There was some money required for that one, though. But yeah.
Oh, good. That makes me feel better that you had to pay for per diem.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Like no, there was nothing like that. I went on a church trip one time.
Yeah, I went on a church ski trip, but it was, my parents had to pay for me to go.
You gotta pay for that. I worked for the church, making barbecue chicken for them for a weekend as my entry fee to that for some reason. I don't know why we didn't just come up with $100.
$100,
whatever it costs. Yeah. No,
I'm trying to remember any good. We never had anything as ruthlessly boring as a sod farm, which I imagine in Georgia, like you passed 8 more interesting farms on the way.
It was. It was nice to not be in.
It's like, oh, that one has cows.
Look at the tobacco fields. Imagine if our trip went there.
That used to be Jimmy Carter's peanut farm.
You think we got the budget to go to a tobacco farm, Myers? Get it. Come here. Come on. Appreciate the side.
It's like that Simpsons episode.
Look how lush.
where they go to the box making factory on a field trip, and they're talking to him, and he's like, and this back here is the secret of the box making factory. This door generally stays closed, and today that will be no different. And they like continue along the box making factory. We went to the city museum, which was just like a bunch of, stuff strung up around some old shoe factory that you got to climb around, like an old airplane, like 4 or 5 stories in the air. It was safe-ish, and so you got to like climb around, do shit like that. Other stuff, we went to the botanical gardens my senior year. That was the place I went to where the bathroom was out of order, and I had to shit so bad at the botanical gardens that I hid under a willow tree and shit under the willow tree, and then wiped my ass with my socks. And then I went back out to my friends, just clean, just
nothing had happened.
Like nothing happened. 2 shitty socks in the base of a willow tree at the botanical gardens.
Who here wears Adidas socks? I mean business. Somebody better give me some answers.
Not me. I'm always sockless. You guys know that about me.
That was a historical weeping willow.
Yeah. That was wild.
That's a rough one.
That was rough.
Shit.
It was outside. It was under a tree.
That makes it infinitely worse. Yeah.
Oh, I was so like in my head, I was thinking like, at least like this is like an end of senior year trip. So if I'm caught, I could just pretend to be a new guy in college.
It's just coming to me. I've never had to shit in the wilderness.
Really?
I've always made it indoors.
Only a couple times.
I have a friend who poops in the woods like it was peeing. Like every time we go dirt biking, he's like, "Hold on, I need a minute." And he's out there.
We just got here. Yeah, but saving this.
I've been holding it in.
We'll ride motorcycles for like 4 hours, and he poops twice during that period of time. I'm like, you didn't come prepared.
Pooping twice in 4 hours? Like, come on, have a little gumption.
It's like it was pee, but he brings toilet paper with him and everything, or wet wipes.
Come to think of it, that 5 days we were in the at Mount Currahee in the wilderness, I don't think I pooped out there.
No, 5 days?
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe I get constipated when I'm under high stress, like prison and a trip to the woods with Woody.
I did. I had wet wipes and a little poop shovel.
Oh yeah, we all had the wet wipes. We were using that as subterfuge on your slip. Man, I love that.
That happened.
I have fond memories of that trip. It was sort of awful to be out there in the hot sweatiness of the night and like having no relief from that. But there were some good times too. I enjoyed that stupid game we were playing. We were like naming animals for every letter of the
around
alphabet.
The fire, right? Like alligator, I'm stumped, bird.
All right. Usually doesn't take that long to get somebody out, but
I can remember like, all right. He's gonna be K. He's gonna be L. I need an L for when it gets to me. There's no animals that start with L.
Lemur,
lion.
Yeah, that is a fun little campfire game. Oh, we went to the zoo. The zoo was the best field trip we had.
The zoo was sick.
Yeah.
You can even learn something at the zoo.
Yeah, they trick you into learning because it's so fun. You get to go look at all the insects.
I take it back. We went to Six Flags. So I had this bullshit class called Life Connections. It was in a trailer outside the school, and it was these 2 chunky 35, 40-year-old women who were just like free spirits and had been given a budget. And it was just like we just fucked off in there. And like we sort of learned, but it was like freewheeling learning. Like it was like, what do you guys want to talk about today? And it was more like that. And somehow they wrangled up a field trip to Six Flags over Georgia. And we all just went and rode roller coasters for a whole day.
I had a class like that too. It was called 4 Challenges. I don't even recall what the 4 challenges were, but that was the genesis of the whole whitewater rafting field trip where that girl almost drowned.
Yeah. I mean, I've never been real deal whitewater rafting. We went that time to Tennessee or North Carolina or whatever, but I was not impressed. I wanted to be afraid.
It had a good rapid or 2 at the very start.
Yeah. Yeah, not everybody was able to stay on the ship.
We had a man overboard.
Me and Woody saved a life that day.
And then after that, it was just a bunch of hours of sort of hanging out on a raft.
Yeah, it was very much like Deliverance. It was. I need to rewatch that. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. I watched Deliverance when I was like 13, and I still remember. I didn't know what I was watching. It was like a TV afternoon movie on a Sunday, and I was home alone watching it, and I was like, "What's he gonna do to Ned Beatty? What?
Make him squeal like a piggy."
I was like, "His mouth isn't pretty at all. What are you talking about?" The next thing you know, poor old Ned Beatty's crawling around with his panties off, and it's traumatizing. I can remember like feeling sick to my stomach for Ned Beatty, and then like my heart was like beating with like anxiety for that movie, you know, like that's a rough one.
It's a stressful scene.
They killed the rapist, right? In that?
Yeah.
Not soon enough.
Not soon enough to save poor old Ned Beatty. And it's afterwards. He's like, "Hang on a minute, fellas. I'd be fine with me if we never said a word about this to nobody, never again." It's like, yeah, of course you'd say that, Ned. You didn't kill somebody. Like we got to figure out what to do here.
I would have been like, all right, well, clearly none of us can be friends. I can't be friends with any of you. I need to go find new friends who don't know about this.
I think me and Woody would just be thinking, oh, lucky stars that he was into bigger guys and he went for you. like, this wasn't all bad. I mean,
it kind of looked like he was almost throwing it back.
I didn't want to say anything. But
I got a free ticket to be gay.
No, I hate this.
Don't rape my friends. Rape me.
Yeah, that'd be awful. That would be awful. I don't think we could be friends after that. Or if we did, like I can just imagine like one of y'all start telling the story on the show and just shut up.
Did Burt Reynolds kill the rapist?
No, Burt Reynolds gets knocked out of like combat, as it were, very early on, because he's like he looks tremendous. He got in really good shape for the movie. He worked out a ton, and then they put him in a wetsuit, and he was like, "What the fuck? You can't see my arms in that." He's like, "Well, I'm sorry. That's what it looks like." He cut the arms off the wetsuit. Yeah. That's why he's.
And then if you look at it down to his nipples.
Yeah. So he's wearing a wetsuit vest now. It doesn't make sense.
Wetsuits need arms, otherwise they fill up constantly.
Dude, his arms are ripped though.
Supply of cold water.
Zach, show me Burt Reynolds from Deliverance. Show me them arms. Let's see them guns. You got to keep in mind this is those 19.
I don't remember it being that good.
I put it in the perspective of this is the 70s with no juice. This is just an actor who smoked cigarettes and drank beer, hitting the gym. This is just him lifting weights in his free time, and I think he looks pretty tremendous. Oh, God damn it!
He's not terrible.
He looks pretty good.
Get another picture and see if this is like a. He looks good. Most people wish they looked.
There's one where he's
70s yoked.
There's one where he's by the water and his bicep is popping more. Even here you can see. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good look.
He's in good shape.
Yeah, great shape. And the other two, it's John Voight and Ned Beatty. And John Voight's like a pencil dick, like accountant type guy. No offense. And Ned Beatty is a chunky, soft Atlanta Braves fan kind of guy.
I'm pretty sure Burt Reynolds is the accountant in this.
He doesn't look it.
No, that's what they look like.
I think
there's a movie about accountants called.
I always forget about the guy on the left. They must kill him or something. I always forget he's even in the movie.
I don't even remember him. I've only seen it once, but I have no memory of the guy on the left.
Yeah,
I don't think I'll watch that one again.
Have you been watching Star Trek?
I might not be up to date, but yes, the last I saw them do some stuff with the Gorn. They fought that Klingon woman on top of a building. Then they did the holodeck episode where they were in like a noir murder mystery.
I think that's the most recent one. Maybe a new one's come out since yesterday, but I'm finding it okay. It's next gen. It's like office worker Star Trek. For example,
I find it to be fantastical and a little silly. There's a Muppet episode this season.
Next Gen was fantastical and silly. I didn't know there was a Muppet episode. I don't want that. I like the movie version. I like it when they're like, okay, we got a problem on our hands. Who here is good with MMA, motocross, and base jumping? That's the skill.
Everyone's hands go up.
Yeah, right. A couple guys raise their hands. They jump out. They base jump.
Well, I've done a little motocross samurai work in my time.
That's my favorite Star Trek. This one, they're like, all right, we're in a big space battle with the Gorn. We're gonna win. No shots fired, of course. We're gonna emulate the sun, as that will probably get them to hibernate, and then we'll just escape.
They scienced them to death.
They science them to science mumbo jumboed them to death. I'm pretty sure half of these words are fake. I'm scientifically illiterate. One of those is true.
Yeah, I watch enough like cosmology YouTube to be like, that's not how that works. Every now and then they're like between two neutron stars doing something. And I'm looking at my girlfriend like, they'd be so far away from each other. Close in neutron star terms is fucking like multiple AUs. They'd be so far away from each other. Everything would be moving fast, and they'd all be dead, and time would change. This is bullshit. But it's Star Trek, so it's whatever. I thought it's been pretty action heavy. They had that zombie episode. They literally had a zombie episode when they went down to the Klingon zombie planet, and they had a Klingon girl with a space whip and a gun in the other hand. That was pretty sick. I liked all that. I like that the Black Doctor is secretly like a dark ops assassin who could flip that switch when he wants to.
He has a monster inside him that can come out when need be, which is never.
I thought that was a black reference, but it turned out he was like an assassin.
Jesus. That doctor, every time he's on screen, I fight to stay awake. He is the slowest talking, dullest character ever.
He's in that other movie I recommended, the Ungentlemanly Warfare movie. He's in it, and it's just like, man, I don't think these Nazis would be tolerating this guy. I get he's suave and all, but I think they'd be getting him. You know what I mean? Like he shows up with like a white woman, and all the Nazis are like, nice to see you again. And it's like, what the fuck is happening right now? I was on board when we were blowing up battleships with scuba divers, but this seems unrealistic.
That would be funny if the Nazis were like, oh my God, it's Jesse Owens here.
That would be funny if they
they just think every black guy they see is Jesse Owens or getting his autograph.
They're always trying to race him, but he keeps turning him down like Jerry. Like he's trying to hide.
That is another reason he's my favorite. So humble.
He's one of the good ones.
I need to watch that Ungentlemanly Warfare movie. You guys all made it sound awesome.
It's good. It's like so it's not action movie that's so lighthearted that it's goofy. I guess it verges on that occasionally, but for the most part, it's pretty realistic. There's some funny moments for sure, and it's just hyper violent. It's what I wanted from Inglourious Bastards, but condensed down into a nice. I don't remember how long it was, but it didn't feel overly long. It was a good movie. I liked it.
Yeah, it feels like a tight 90.
I'd watch a sequel to it. I'd watch them do some more shit.
Boys, we know the pretzel hour is upon us.
I was
just hear the pretzel
the pretzels? So, Trout, where can everyone find you and your content?
YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, King Trout. Look me up. I'm on the internet.
King Trout.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, that was fun.
Good time.
Links in the description.
Tenant, great guest.
and come like a champion. You guys, your loads I'm hearing are ridiculous. Lock and load. PKA 764.